I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits, some losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip, you choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
What's up, everybody? What's going on? What's going on? It is good to be here tonight. If y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. If y'all can hear me, put a 1 in the chat. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. All right. Now, we got another great episode tonight of Barbershop tonight, and I'm so glad that we're here. Let me see. Okay. All right, I got that message, Mr. Bennett. All right, so I'm glad to be here tonight. We had a great show last night. We have a lot of great shows this week. If you haven't checked them out, please go and check those shows out. We had a lot of great shows. Crystal, I thank you for the Cash App. I appreciate you for the Cash App tonight. I appreciate your just constant support for the channel. I really appreciate you being here. Everybody who comes every day of the week and gives their insight, get in the chat. And we have a good time. So thank you. And all the men that come on this panel, women that come on these panels and have these tough conversations. I thank you guys too. So I really want to show you guys that I appreciate you guys very, very much. All right. So let's see who's in the chat. Let me go ahead and bring up my guy. JT is in the building with me tonight. JT, who we got in the chat tonight, man? You tell us, brother. Go ahead. Is JT there? JT. I think he's still shaving his legs. Oh, let me check. I think my boy's shaving his legs. Yeah, I think he's shaving it. Oh, okay, y'all hear me better now? I think he's shaving his legs, guys. So we gotta give him a minute. All right. So anyway, I want to thank. Let's see who we got. Crystal Light in the building. We got. Let's see here. Von Bryant is in the building. We got Marriage and Politics and Sports in the building. All right, and we got Edward Gilbert in the building. Try to say that 10 times fast. Edward Gilbert's in the building. We got Crystal calling everybody out. She said, JT, R. Payne, what's going on? What's going on? All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and bring my guys up that's here right now. And the other ones will follow later. We're gonna bring up the bald-headed guys as we do every week. We're just gonna start calling this Bald Head Barbershop. The BBB. That's what it is. The Bald Head Barbershop. All right, we're gonna go ahead and bring up our Payne in the building tonight. What's going on, Arpain? How are you tonight, my guy?
All right.
Good to see you, man. I'm loving this background, man. I'm loving that. In fact, you put some curtains back there. You got on the shovel at the sport. I love it. And you know what? You know what's a great thing that you can do that people will look forward to is reading different phrases on that back every time you come up. If you change it every time, people will be starting to
hey, bro. I only got two. I meant to put the other one back up there, but this is, I got my little sports show I do.
Right.
I trademarked that, by the way, 10 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
all right.
But when I was still working, I didn't do nothing with it, and I wish I would have known about these YouTube spaces, or else I might be a big man by now. Shoot.
No, hey, but listen. So this was before your stripping days or after?
Well, it was after when I retired.
Oh, okay. All right. Now listen, we got your partner in crime here, Mr. Bennett. Another bald head brother is in here with us tonight. And he's gonna give the bald head intro, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him in. Mr. Bennett, guys. Mr. Bennett.
What's good? Good evening.
Hey,
shout out to my brothers, the Brotherhood of the bold, the beautiful, the beneficent, the benevolent, bald brothers of the BMU network. Salute to all my brothers out there and the ones that were on the way.
Man, you know what? Somebody in the audience has requested something. And I like to give Peter, I'm going to send it to you right now. I like to give people what they ask for. So somebody in the audience, they requested some steamy. I got to give the people what they want because they come and support us. So here we go.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
All right. Now, guys, in the chat, that is Mr. Giving some great advice. It's Mr. Payne.
Is it true? I guess we need to ask that. Is it true?
That comment is true. I mean, it's hard to turn down. Nice, steaming hot.
Well, make sure the hygiene's good. You can definitely
the steam connotes washing.
If it's got sewer sent to it, no, thank you. I'm not trying to go through leopard woman either. So I'm not trying to go there.
Oh my God!
Like that, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know. Hey, you know what?
You turn that down too.
Why you remind him, Mr. Bennett? He forgot all about that picture. Don't remind him.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we can turn that down, bro. I don't care how steamy that is, man. You're going in there on peril, bro.
Mr. Bennett, hold on. I'm gonna do a duo.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy.
No.
Oh my God. I didn't say green steam. I didn't say no green steam.
I don't feel like going through the Amazon jungle.
And Mr. Bennett, Arpain sitting over there in the corner looking at this woman come off the boat like this.
Jesus Christ.
Oh man. So how are you guys doing tonight, man?
We are doing well. Got through another good week. Starting to get a feel for the new job, starting to put some points on the board, and so just going well. It's going well.
Absolutely, man.
I'm on a little high today. One of my nieces called me up. She just started a new job, so it's going around the family that I help all the people coming up set up their finances and investments. So we had like a 2-hour session, and she's just willing to do all the stuff I told her to do to just set things up, just how much money you got in the budget, what you're doing this. We had a nice conversation. So we're going to meet again next week to see how she goes forward. So that's how I feedback to my family. Listen, all the lessons that I learned, I wish I would have learned when I was their age. She's in her 20s, like my daughters were in there, so that's what I do. I try to get them set up. Let them know I ain't a professional, but I know how to set them up.
Right.
So I feel on the kind of high because she called me. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Hey, word's getting around.
It's getting around. Hey, man. Well, thank you, man, for being here tonight, man. I thank both of you. JT is still shaving his legs, so I don't know if he's lost in translation. He just got through doing a bar mitzvah, so he stripped for a bar mitzvah or something. So he'll be here in a second. The Greek freak himself, Peter, you guys know him as Grooming and Reviews. He will be here momentarily as well. So I just want to make sure you guys, don't miss your favorite characters who come in here tonight. They will be here. Let's see here. Lost in translation. I think I sent it to you, my brother. Oh, okay. Lost in translation say he's done stripping. So he's about to come up. So thank God for that. Mr. Bennett, I didn't tell everybody that you used to strip as well. They call Mr. Bennett, they call Mr. Bennett the fishing pole. They say when he come out, everything grab a hook. So just want to make sure. Yeah, Mr. Bennett used to be stripping too until after he got married, he kind of let it go. But right. we want him to know that we're proud of him and everything that he did to get where he is today. He had to shake a little ass. And so we appreciate that. We appreciate it.
Let me say this though, all that stuff behind me, man, my wife did, because she does a lot of stuff. I say, listen, you know what? I need like some curtains, do me a little this and that. She just went on and just made all this stuff for me. I said, yeah, now I don't have to move because I was going to change my whole office around because I know the window, Right. So just a little bit of curtains make a whole lot of difference. I actually look like a lot more professional.
All right, man. Well, man, look, tell your wife, hey, she got to take care of you anyway. So
yeah, she does.
She got to because she don't, you ain't gonna take care of yourself.
Well, it's kind of true.
So I mean, I'm just, I just wanted to put that out there, because you don't, you stripping, you retired, and you just don't do nothing no more. So anyway, so thank you guys for being here. Now, Arpain, we were talking about something backstage.
Right.
And I want you to allude to it a little bit more of what you were talking about when it comes to where we are as Black men as far as success. We'll start with the icebreaker there. Go ahead, my brother.
Well, I was alluding to the, the podcast that JT had a couple of days ago. And just in general, it seems like I'm kind of against just being like the blackity black kind of stuff, but it's not true. It really isn't. I'm just saying I think we need to transcend worrying about our skin color first and move into the future saying that's not going to hold us back if we really look at the big picture.
Right.
And I know when I said to you, you said, you mentioned a couple of people like Tyler Perry and Oprah Winfrey and Robert Johnson, but those are not the Black men and women I'm talking about. I'm talking about you guys on the panel. To me, you guys are successful, man. I mean, I don't give a shit how much racism is out there. Look at you got lives, y'all got wives, y'all got houses, y'all pay your bills. Your kids are grown under some structure. With all the oppression out there, how can that be if we're so oppressed? My circle of guys, they're all six-figure men, some people more than that. And anytime they with me shit about racism, I said, you make 3, 4, 5 times as much as the average white man. What the hell are you talking about? What are you talking about? I know we got oppression. I know we got this and that, but that's not stopping all of us. The question is, how come it stopped so many of us, from making the right decisions? And that's when I want to talk about choices. Some people are where they are based on the choices they make. It's not like they didn't have opportunity. I'm serious. And we don't pay enough attention to people making bad choices to put them exactly where they are. Right? Because in my family, everybody in my family had the same opportunities I had. Some people took them, some people didn't. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not trying to belittle people, but I think as Black people, we focus too much on the negative shit because of the people that's being left behind. But there's a certain percentage of those people who've made that by choice. Then, of course, there's some people who have bad breaks. But I tell you what, if we even talk about bad breaks, I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, everybody could point to bad breaks. I mean, right. I hate to compare this, but the white Appalachian kind of communities, They don't talk about them in America, but those people are pretty damn destitute because they make bad decisions, right? So it's not like we got some kind of monopoly on bad decisions because we're Black.
Now, brother Payne, I want you to answer a question for one of our people in our audience tonight. Edward Gilbert says, wealth and success does not negate racism. What are your thoughts on that?
Listen, I agree with that. But racism doesn't negate you becoming successful. Right? We say we have institutional racism out there, correct? And some people just use the term. But we all work for institutions. So if the institutions are so racism, it's just leaking like a sieve. It's leaking like a sieve because all of us are passing through these same racist organizations, and somehow we manage to make lives for our families, our wives. We could build neighborhoods. You ask some people, when's the last time you had some direct racism stop you from doing anything? And some people sound like Ralph Cramden, they can't even give you a good example. So yeah, racism exists, but just being successful doesn't mean that you forget that there's racism out there, right? It's crazy. Just like when white women tell me that sexism exists, you're a white woman, shit, you're the most crowning jewel in the United States. Why are you going to sit down here and tell me you're oppressed? I tell them that's bullshit. So I think it just depends on what we focus on. Now, don't get me wrong. I admire the brothers, sisters who want to build up the Black community. That's their calling. So I got to be careful when I talk about what I talk about, because I don't want to belittle the kind of things that people do in the community for Black people. Okay? But there's more than one way to skin a cat. And moving forward doesn't mean you forget the past. You just don't make it your anchor for everything you do. That's just me.
What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Bennett? What are you saying?
I think there's some presuppositions that I just have a problem with off the rip. That, brother, you're making some assumptions about the black stuff, that it's a crutch for people. And I, frankly, in my experience of my life, I never saw that as such. When I got to college, I grew up in a mostly white neighborhood. I taught like a white dude and all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
I got with an organization called 100 Black Men of Rutgers University. That was put together to help 100 Black men graduate from Rutgers in 1 year. That was the goal of the organization. So it was about advocacy. It was about knowledge of self and kind. It was about community. It was about activism. So none of us were going around with this crutch like, okay, well, we're just going to carry this like it's an anchor around our necks. No, the fact that we grew into knowledge of ourselves as Black people empowered us to go out. And even to this day, I have very tight networks with these people, and all of us are balling out. We used our Blackness as a calling card, going back, learning about where we came from and the people who overcame, to then be as a platform to propel us to do better. So the idea that hanging on to Blackness is somehow holding us down, or it's a crutch it may be for some people, but for us, it was an empowerment. We were empowered because we grew into an identity that allowed us to propagate and go on and have families. All these brothers I know, they're all families, they're all fathers, they're all successful, they're all six-figure earners, every one of them. And so we got doctors, police officers, lawyers, across all the platforms. We got these guys going on, but it was because we came into that. We were pro-Black to the sex that we were going to change the narrative about how society looked at Black men. We were going to change the dynamic in our families, how people looked at us, and the image of the Black man. We were very intentional about how we went about doing things, and that still even resonates today. So I just don't like the narrative that being Black is some sort of limitation. When I talked about on the show on Tuesday night, when Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he doesn't want to be referred to as a Black scientist, he just wants to be a scientist who wants to be Black, I pushed back and said, what is wrong with being a Black scientist?
Right.
Because it's his Blackness. The brother is from Brooklyn. You can tell it's in his voice, it's in his swag. This is a brother from Brooklyn who can still get down and give you the facts and knowledge, but still get Black people who weren't even interested in science into science. So again, you don't have to leave your blackness at the door and be successful. It's like you can walk and chew gum at the same time. So I just don't appreciate the narrative that's like, oh, well, we're leading with this black stuff as if it's a limitation. It's not. The small hats use their whole history as a constant reminder that they need to do better. They're always reminding us of where they came from and the history and the struggles that they came from, but it's not a crutch for them. So I just don't bear the narrative that if you talk about blackness or being black, that's a limitation. It is not. For me and the guys that I know, the guys I rock with, we used to end our meetings with, who are we? We are black men. That was indoctrinated into us. And that came with a responsibility. That came with a lineage. That came with a mission statement that we were going to change the image and perception of black men. And so so when you start out with that, that's just not the experience I come from. And I'm not saying that people don't use that as to be late.
You gotta let me rebut.
It's not my experience.
Listen, I didn't say, first of all, you mischaracterized me because I didn't say anything that you just said. See, that's what I'm talking about. People, you're trying to tell me all of those men wouldn't be successful unless you had this 100 black men? That's so. Wait a minute.
You asked me a question.
Well, hold on.
You asked me a question.
Well, hold on. I heard what you said. You went on a nice soliloquy saying that I have something against black people. No, I don't. I didn't say any of that.
I didn't say.
Listen. I didn't say any of the supposition you said, but I can get where you're coming from, because we can't deny that there's a lot of black people out there, a loud majority like the Umar Johnsons and all those blackity blacks who haven't gone nowhere, and they try to grift and race bait us. I'm not talking about the guys who stood up, because I belong to those kind of organizations myself, talking about the future. But you might have said, listen, I'm proud to be black. I can dig that. But that has nothing to do with the fact that those guys are successful. Those guys are successful because they wanted to be. And they're proud of being black. So if you're going to ask me if I'm proud to be black, I'm going to tell you yes. I don't have any issue with the inferiority thing. But you could be successful without leading with your blackness if you want to. We ain't Jews. We ain't hard hats. And so what I'm saying is, because, I'm saying that I don't disagree with anything you just said, except that if people, you made a soliloquy that, that you imply that I'm saying I have something against 100 black people. I don't. An organization like that, because I belong to those kind of organizations, black student unions and all that kind of stuff. But that's not why I think people became successful. Maybe it was a rallying cry, and I can give you that part of it. But there's a lot of black people who use black victimization as a crutch. The Democratic Party tells you that all the time. That's how they get all these votes. If you don't vote for me, you're going to be some kind of victim of the white Republicans. And there's a lot of black people who follow suit and put these people in office who don't belong there just because of the color of their skin. And we got example after example after example after example for 50 something years. We got to move on. And that doesn't mean to leave our blackness behind. We just don't have to say that unless we rally cry around being black, we can't be successful. I don't agree with that.
Oh, now it's starting to come out. Now it's starting to come out. Now it's starting to come out.
I don't know. Man. But go ahead. But I appreciate what you said, but I try. Oh wow! I try to listen to all of it. But I can't. I don't want to. I said this, and maybe you missed this. I said I know I have to tread lightly with my position, because people who take pride in doing these kind of things with black men take offense to any kind of thing that sounds like opposition. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying I can learn my history and I can move forward without it being a crutch whatsoever. Because too many people in our community hang on to that shit like an anchor, and I can't see how anybody could deny that. And that's all I'm saying. So, it sounds like we're in opposition, but I don't think so. Maybe I'm just not as articulate as you, Mr. Bennett. So stop bullying me, goddamn.
Go ahead, Jason.
So the reason why, you know, the show that I had that came on, and I said this on the show, this is the reason why it got me confused. This is why this confusion, because this is one of the, let me tell you what it is. I understand exactly what Mr. Bennett is coming from, and I've always had that pride in being black, right? I've always, but I had to find where that pride was. And I found it not just in my family, but I found it with a band of brothers. I found it in my children. I found it in, you know, just the people I've been around. And I love this. My problem is that we have this whole thing where it's kind of like we're competing with one another. Should we call ourselves black? Should we not call ourselves black? And there's so much information about the order of how being a Negro to being, you know, black to Negro to African American and all these different things. It's a unique thing that we have to deal with in America than anybody else in the world, right? However, my whole thing is this. We have to come to a consensus with one another. Now, James Brown came out with a song of pride. That was our national song. That was our, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, right? But then we would have another set of people that would come back and say, you should stop calling yourself black. And I admit, I was one of those brothers also, right? However, you know, history is what it is. We're not going to stop calling ourselves black. So my whole thing is that we need to come to a consensus of having black pride. Damn all that African American, damn all that other, you know, we're African, or what is that Dr. Umar saying? We're American African, all these different nouns that we're talking about. No, I think we should stay right where we at. I don't give a damn of who gave it to us, how it started out, or whatever. We need to take it and we need to embrace it as black folks. We've been having this whole conversation for probably about 40, 50 years now. At the end of the day, I think it's cool to be who we are. And if we're going to call ourselves black, let's just call ourselves black. That don't mean that we need to not tell people what the history of it is, right? Because I understand that was my whole thing. It's a status. You know, some people look at it as colorism. Some people look at it as culture. It can be all of that. Only thing we need to do is embrace it. We here in America. We've been here for a very long time. Let's be Americans. Let's also be black folks. Let's embrace how unique we are to the world. Everybody else do. They embrace it. You go all the way to China. You got people breakdancing. You got people rapping. You got people that's doing things that we did. Because guess what? We also know that we didn't just come from America. We are all over this world. My whole thing is just, how can we not just have the pride in it? All that arguing amongst each other, no, let's just have pride. My whole thing is this, and I came to the consensus last night. Black. Black. We are black. We are Americans, and we are black. That's what we are. And we just go from there. I'm gonna end it from that point because I want to get to the show, bro. It's barbershop time. I got my goddamn
just say one more thing.
Fun tonight.
Let me just say one more thing, and it has nothing to do with this. I got this hat on, this shirt, right? So there's a guy on YouTube. He's an anarchist, but he's a brother. He started his own comic book company. Right? I used to be into the comic books all the time. So I support him. I don't know him. All I know is that he's a brother and that he's a libertarian and he does what he does and his comic books are good. So I buy two. One I could read and one I keep as a keepsake in the package. He's got some paraphernalia. And I'm saying, you know what? I'm going to support this guy's business. He don't need my money, but I listened to him. At first, I didn't even like the dude. But after I listened to him, I said, man, and he has a whole bunch of issues with DC and Marvel and the way they're doing all that stupid wokeism. So he started his own company. Yeah. I said, well, I can support that because I agree with that. And so those are the kind of things that, that's the way I can support somebody. And because he's, and it's because he's black.
Black.
You know what I'm saying? But that's
we black. For us, by Fubu, everything. I'm at the point.
But if we had a conversation,
I love what
conversation, he would not be for all of this stuff that we're talking about in terms of how we fit into the society, because he's an anarchist kind of.
We hear what you guys are saying, man. Listen, Arpain, you are retired. You are retired, man. How many men are engineers? How many men are engineers? There's a lot of men that are engineers. How many black men are engineers now? There are a lot of black men that are engineers. Should it be more? Yes. But you've shown, man, you've done some things that that showed somebody else that came after you that you can do it. Mr. Bennett, the same thing with you. There's not a lot of men that can do what you guys doing. One of the things that I pride myself off of being just in this circle is that you guys are great fathers. Y'all would talk more about being fathers and husbands than all that other shit. But my whole thing is this: when it comes down to it, it's myself. I'm gonna tell you right now, just because listening to the conversation we had, how Mr. Bennett beautifully put that shit out there. Black. I don't give a fuck what nobody else say, bro. Black. I'm not gonna go through all that other bullshit. I know the history. I know how certain things had came around according to what the doctrine told us, right? But at the end of the day, we're gonna have to pick a goddamn team. We're gonna pick something. At the end of the day, you had so many people embracing nigga and less people embracing black. So we need to embrace black way better than we embrace nigga.
Oh, yeah.
We got white people calling themselves niggas. We've been having white people calling themselves niggas since the 90s. It's just what it is. I'm at that point. Nope, black. I don't give a fuck about all that other shit, man. I'm there. And I'm gonna stay right there. So I thank you two brothers, man.
You're here. Hey, appreciate
you. Trying to use a bunch of fancy ass words, but you stuck.
Nothing fancy.
Oh man,
hey, you are Swift brother, man. If y'all don't understand how swift this brother is, bro, he just told me a couple of hours ago, and he's like, "I'm gonna put this shit out." Man, come on, man. Salute to you, man.
Appreciate it. Lost in translation. What are your thoughts, man?
Here's my thing. I think we're too consumed about what we look like instead of who we are. You know what I mean? Black is not a thing, but black is a verb. It's what we do, and we need to focus on doing that. You know what I'm saying? Black used to be tied to things like excellence. You know what I'm saying? Remember, there was a time when people said black excellence.
Yes.
That meant something. You know what I'm saying? That meant that you got the very best that was to get, because we already know we had to do everything twice as good. So whenever,
indeed.
Exactly. Indeed. So whenever we put our hands to something and they've said if it was black, it was done well and it couldn't do no better. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to music, it can't be no better than us. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to dressing, it can't be no better than us. When it comes to innovation, it can't be no better than us. Black is an action word. You know what I'm saying? Black is an action word. And I think we need to focus on that and get better at other things. And the thing about it is, once we get better at being black as an action word, people are going to start coming to us, seeking us for knowledge. I don't know if y'all know this was about the story by Timbuktu, but that was like the first university on the planet.
Yep.
Yeah.
And everybody came to see, you know what I'm saying, came to learn from the blacks, you know what I'm saying, or whatever you want to call them at that time, or Moors or whatever you want to call them. They already knew that the excellence was over there. You know what I'm saying? And they wanted to come figure out exactly, well, how is it that you guys are good in math and philosophy? You know what I'm saying? And architecture and agriculture, you know what I'm saying? And politics. Those are the things that we need to get back to being. We have to start growing our brain trust, you know what I'm saying? And making sure that our kids are leading the way in the next generation. And I think the problem is that I think we focus on too much of what we look like instead of what we do. Now, the greatest thing that we can probably work on is networking and mentoring. I think if you network and mentor and make that your brand, people will seek out to you because they know that you have connections. Anybody who will tell you who's ever been connected knows that it ain't what you know, it's who you know.
Who you know.
But if you know somebody who knows some things, then you'll be well connected. You understand what I'm saying? And people will know you in hushed tones. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, Mr. Bennett, man, he good at what he do. As a matter of fact, if you need help, I got a friend of mine named R. Payne. He's good at X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? Tell him I sent you. You know what I mean? And then when they say, hey, look, you know, Lit told me to come see R. Payne. Well, oh, he did? Oh, he was talking good about me. Well, you tell that brother I said, what's up? Listen, what kind of business you need? What's your problem? You know what I'm saying? We ought to get back to being excellent problem solvers. But in order for us to do that, we have to master something. You know what I mean? And in order to master something, we have to be able to be humble and sit at the feet of the masters. You know what I'm saying? And listen to one another and gain knowledge from one another and not be so jealous of one another. All of us have our own unique abilities and talents that we can glean from. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this: I want to make sure that we get good at being students, so someday we can be the masters.
And let me say one more. Let me say one more thing, man. Black, we should give it a different definition, a real definition. And I think that Black should be, the definition should be resilience. Being resilient. That's what Black is. It's not a color. It's not all that other stuff. It is resilient. Our ancestors were resilient. We are resilient.
No doubt.
So that's why I said, nope, I'm going to stick with Black. All the other stuff, they can do away with it. I still listen. Just for conversation, I call myself African-American. I'm going to tell you right now, somebody asked me who I am, it's going to be Black because it means something. We got to give it more meaning, and we can't allow the lower frequency of ourselves and our thoughts to be attached to it. So it has to be resilience and excellence and all these different things. And it's up to us to put that out there. Black people.
That's a great word, though, JC. That's a great word. Because the one thing they can't take away from us as Black folks here in America is resilience. Absolutely.
But Loss, you said something that, and I guess in my mind, we can, you know, I don't want to hold up the show, but I still wonder about where that got lost, where Black was associated with excellence. Like, again, I grew up with, you got to work twice as hard to get half as far. So if you saw a brother in corporate, you knew that he wasn't just there because of affirmative action.
Right.
That he was there because he was probably the best one there.
Right.
And it's interesting because I heard a show with KS one time. He was talking about how you have a lot of white women who are intentionally going after educated professional Black men. And the woman straight up said that the reason I'm doing that is because I know that he's going to be the best.
That's right.
Because he has to overcome those barriers. But what happened with us to where if I saw somebody in corporate or whatever, that I assume as a Black person that brother isn't balling, that sister isn't balling because they belong there. That to me is something that got lost. So when people talk about, oh, he or she is just there because, you know, it was an affirmative action hire, I'm like, what? Like, where did that enter into our psyche where we started thinking that about ourselves rather than that logic that, again, we grew up with in the 80s and the 90s or whatnot. You had to be the best if you were going to be in that realm or arena. You had to overset. You had to be more resilient probably than other people to be in that position. So salute if you were in that position or not, and you got respect off the rip. But somehow something got lost somewhere in the last 20, 30 years or whatever, where we started embracing that nonsense that, affirmative action hire, whatever, like without even knowing anything about that person. We adopted some of that same stereotype as well. So I don't know where that came from.
Well, you answered your question, though. You answered it. Yeah. It's the propaganda behind affirmative action that started it. That's why it wasn't 100% bad thing that they took it away, because we know that we accomplished it with or without that. But that's what you just answered the question. When the media and everybody else started labeling blacks in high places as affirmative action hires. And then a person like Joy Reid, for example, I'm going to give you her example. She got where she is on that network TV because she has some qualities that put her there. They didn't just do that because she was a black woman. Maybe they did, but she had some qualities that put her there. But as soon as they took away affirmative action, she used it as a crutch, saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. She actually said that, and she lost me as a fan forever by saying that. By saying that.
I'll tell you where it came from, Mr. Bennett. It's like our paying said, it's propaganda.
Right.
And it wasn't an effort in corporate America. It was coming from outside of corporate America through media. Like I was talking about last time, where they kept showing blacks on cops all the time. You know what I'm saying? Here come these shiftless so-and-sos. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. And then on top of that, I'll tell you exactly where the zenith hit. It hit right around the Cosby Show. And that's when the switch hit, because they had glorified black people going to college, being doctors and lawyers, and they had shows that spent off with us being in college. Then all of a sudden it started to slip. Like when we got out of college, we were living single, you know what I'm saying? That type of thing in the 90s kind of world. And then after that, the behavior started to slip. And then the debauchery started coming in. You know what I mean? It's little shows like that. They tell you how do you cook a frog? And you put them in the pot and you turn the water up very, very slowly. What the thing about it is, we've been getting this pot turned up on us real, real slow, to the point where rap music said it's okay to call women B's and H's. You know what I'm saying? And all this other stuff. And it kind of slowly seeps in. And now we got women talking about booty hole brown. You see what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where if you're not used to seeing black excellence, you wouldn't know it when you recognize it. And then when you do run across brothers, you'll call them square. You know what I'm saying? Kevin talked about this a lot, about having an ethnic image, and he really, really railed on the women about that, because he was good at showing up with his suit on every day. And if he wasn't, he had on a tracksuit, he was still clean, because he understood that image matters. I was like, who is this black guy, telling people about image or whatever? He said, I'm an image consultant. That's what I do. I rebrand, I put you in a better light. I put you in the places that you deserve to be in, because you don't know how to dress well. Well, let me show you how to do that. And somewhere along the way, he hit a nerve. You see what I'm saying? So my whole thing is this: as brothers, I watched videos in the background of people saying, you don't need to wear no suit, this, that, and the other. And at the end of the day, when we were coming up, that's all we had, man. You had about 2-3 Sunday suits. You know what I'm saying? You got up and you shined your shoes on Saturday. That's what you did. You know what I'm saying? You went out and cut the grass, and you did the things that you needed to do.
You got the toothbrush in the Comet to keep your white.
That's right.
Nikes.
Baby.
Ooh, Mr. Brandon,
the brush. You can old toothbrush in the Comet cleanser.
Man,
right.
And the white, all white, the polish. You would just
right. So you can tell the brothers,
you would keep your game tight all the time.
Yeah, you can tell the brothers who actually had hands-on training from those who actually put them through the paces. You want to see a mirror shine. Let me show you how to do it. We had our own shoe shine. We had our own what you call it, cream that you put on your shoes, the leather oil, all of that stuff.
With the little sponge on the end of it. And
all of that. And then put that mink shine on that thing and shine it up. And when you went to church, you was casket sharp. You know what I'm saying? And it seemed like it's right around that time, but you know, people stopped wearing suits to church and started wearing Coogee sweaters and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? And tennis shoes and jeans to church. You know, when you went to church, you had to dress up, man.
Even the pastors though, even the pastors though, lost in translation now.
Right.
They're wearing hoodies and jeans and with tears in them on tennis shoes. They don't wear suits
on. You know, in the robe.
I see
you know
one pastor coming out the roof with a wire on him, just flying down to the stage. I said, "What the hell going on here?"
And the old ladies will stop you if you have some crust in your eye. They'll be like, "Yeah, come here, boy." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh my God,
shine you on up. You know what I mean? Because we actually took care of each other, man. We wouldn't let each other go out the house looking any old kind of way.
When those women came in looking inappropriate, those mothers will pull them to the side.
Baby, put the cloth on.
Baby, put this cloth on. Come on.
Throw your kneecaps up, baby.
Come on,
you know
man.
what I'm saying?
Come on,
this
man.
the house of the Lord now. You got to have some kind of respect, you know.
You already know.
Yeah, because women understood the power of women. You can't be sitting in the front row with a miniskirt and the preacher trying to doggone say the word. You're gonna throw him off. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So it's just one of those things, man. We got to get back to being excellent. You know what I mean? And then on top of that, the people thought about people that were in fraternities or whatever. There was a certain level of excellence that was required. You know, it wasn't just, you know, you were just a regular guy that just so happened to shine his shoes. No, when you got into a fraternity or something like that, it was a kicked up level of excellence. At this point in time, you're in a network and you represent the network. You see what I'm saying? And the brand, so to speak. So that's the reason why I always, you know, like how the fraternities did what they had to do. Salute information, man. Thank you for coming through, sir.
No problem, brothers.
Level of excellence. Yeah. Welcome to the show, information, man. Thank you, sir, for coming in.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
What are your thoughts, information, man? I know you're coming in hot. What's going on? How you doing? Hold on. Before you say that, I want to say something about what you've been doing lately. I've been watching your YouTube channel and the things that you've been posting about Black history.
Yes,
where
sir.
we come from, Black big names of the roots of people that we stand on their, you know, on their shoulders. And so I appreciate you putting that information, because you know I love history. And so, man, thank you so much, because it just I enjoy seeing it every day. And the one you put up with who was it? It was Lynn Whitfield, Jasmine Guy. I mean, when they were
that was a beautiful
prime,
photo.
oh my God. Those some beautiful women.
Yes,
Woo,
yes. I wish
God.
we
Go
had
ahead,
more
brother.
of those women running around here.
Man,
Loans, baby. You better know it.
Yeah.
Woo, that picture was beautiful.
Yeah, I totally agree with your title tonight. I don't think we put enough emphasis on our Black youth, particularly our Black male youth. I think some people are not going to like what I'm going to say here. I just think that everything is female centric right now.
Ooh, Lord,
everything is centered around females. Do you all remember when Obama was in office and he had that Brothers Keepers program that was for Black boys? And all of a sudden, you had a lot of sisters making a lot of noise, saying, "Well, what about the girls?" And it's like, and what I'm noticing, I'm going to say some things that's not politically correct tonight. What I'm noticing is, it seems like men and Black and boys, it seems like we can't have spaces to ourselves. It seems like every time we create a space, women have to crowbar their way into it. I'm old enough to remember when you had a boys club and you had a girls club, but then the girls still said, we want in on what you guys have, but you got a girls club. You don't see boys barging in on what girls have. Same thing. Now, here's another politically incorrect statement I'm going to say tonight. When you look at ESPN and Fox and sports, don't it seem like they're crowbarring in a lot of females on the sports talk programs just to make sure that they're politically correct and they have a female sports talk show host? Because let's be honest, gentlemen, sports was always a way for men in this society to sort of escape from the feminine world, right? It was a place for us to have a man cave and talk sports, right? And it was our thing, whether it be comic books, whatever, trading cards. And it seems like, and I don't have a problem with you know, there's certainly women out there that are certainly talented and know their sports, like Joy Taylor. She's fine as all get out. God damn it.
Man, come on.
But she dumb as a box of rocks.
I actually follow her on my Facebook sports channel page, and man, that woman, woo, man,
Yeah, I know. I had to scroll all up. My wife said, "What you looking at?" I said, "Nothing, baby. Jordan Taylor had posted something. I'm sorry."
Whoever the brother is, whoever the dude is that's laying in the bed with her at night, I would love to take his place for at least one night.
No, she was engaged, but she's like a lot of our fine women. Like all these women we talk about fine.
Yeah,
it's like all of them chronically single.
Yeah, she's
all them
single,
divas from back in the day in their 40s and their 50s
right.
now that we were just idolizing back in the day. They're all single. Right. It's like you know,
but
you know why, don't you?
Yeah,
because we glorify what they look like instead of what they do now.
Right, that's
our fault.
We just said that now.
That's our fault.
But the point being is, I feel like the reason why young black males are not getting the credit goes back to what I was just saying earlier. Everything is focused on female empowerment and what have you, and a lot of it comes out of the fact that women, you know, they weren't getting their just due at some point in time, and now they feel that they're getting their empowerment. But it's also coming at the cost of young black males and what they're doing. And it's a problem. And you see it on YouTube, you know, as well.
I also think there's an economic, but there's clearly an economic component to that as well, because the bottom line is there's simply very little money. With the exception of tennis, there's just no money in women's athletics. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, maybe the women's soccer team, you know, when they play in the Olympics or whatnot, but the WNBA, you know, all those, you know, there's just no money there. So the money is where the guys are. So it's like they need to, you know, they want to swim in that pond because they're not going to get paid otherwise. The top WNBA player makes what, like $300,000?
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know this. If the NBA was not subsidizing the WNBA, they would be out of business. Remember, there were two women's basketball leagues. The other one, which was the WL, it actually was better quality basketball than the WNBA.
In the 70s?
There was a women's basketball league in the 90s. Remember, it was there were two leagues.
Yeah,
I remember in the 70s and 80s. There was
it was in the 70s and 80s, but then they revamped the league and brought a league back in the 90s. And before the WNBA got created, the league that went out of business actually had better quality basketball, you know, to me. But anyway, the NBA is subsidizing them because people are not interested. That's why they're not making money. Same thing in soccer. The men's soccer team is financing the women's team. Even though they're winning, they don't bring home the bread.
Right.
And but their argument is that the men should be giving them money.
Just
but
because
you guys are not get your damn game better.
Wait, before you move on to further information, man, you said a couple things. It's funny. I'm organizing all the brothers in my family, you know, not my cousins, all the male cousins married around the country that we have. Mm-hmm. We have a Sunday Zoom meeting. I can guarantee you I'm going to have a couple of my female cousins trying to crash that shit. I can tell you right now. I got brothers coming. I can guarantee you. I just know what's going to happen. But they like to get into our spaces. But, you know, maybe it's not even counterintuitive. It kind of tells you that they understand where the power dynamic really is. That's why they want to be a part of it.
Interesting.
You know, I think so. They know they want to be a part of it because one of the things they do, and they take advantage of this, when women are around, they kind of automatically change the conversation and the tone of what you're doing. Because we try to be accommodating, right? So it's and some of them do it on purpose. Sometimes we're just victims of them being around. But you kind of notice, like, you know, if you guys, you still working, if you had a group of guys who went out, just the hard legs, you had a certain kind of conversation. But if you invited any honeys, the conversation never gets to that level.
You know what
never gets to that level.
But you know what I think, though? I think that when it comes down to conversation, I think that's where went wrong. I think that's where it went wrong as far as the conversation. This is what I mean. There was a time where there was a boys' club, right? And
Kim Bay Boys Club, I was there.
Yeah, but even when you talk about like the strip clubs and things like that, it's funny because the women knew that the men were going to strip clubs, right? And at some point, they didn't care about what was going on there, as long as they knew that their men were coming back. Some of them, anyway. And that was because it was they called it a gentleman's club.
Yeah, put your mom on the phone.
Yeah. But it was also the barbershop. It was also these things because at the end of the day, men didn't speak the way that we're speaking right now. This shit is global now, right? It's very global. But I think what we're trying to do is we're trying to fix something that was broken for a very long time. And what I see in my observation is that we didn't include the women in these conversations. That's why it's very hard to have conversations with a lot of women because they think that it's just one way. They're very sensitive to how we talk because we talk crazy to each other. If you see how it is in the locker room, whether we were in sports or whatever, but when men talk, we talk, and it's reckless when we talk. The reason why we can talk to each other that way is because there's a low level of
contempt.
Contempt, and the shit can get to a point where it gets physical, right? And we had no problem with it. At the end of the day, we're only going to argue so much. And then it's like, okay, then what we going to do now? Because I'm not going to sit here and keep arguing with your ass, and then we'll fight and whatever, and then we'll be cool. But when you have women, they'll talk about it's not fair and all this crazy ass shit that they be talking about, and we look at them as if they're saying something that is not true. It is true. At the end of the day, we're barbaric. Listen, one of the things that I do know, just by our conversation, and information, man, I know goddamn well you one of them dudes that's been in the ram of that. Because guess what? When somebody talk to you reckless, what you gonna do? You gonna meet them at the same. You gonna meet them with either the same or greater, right?
Same
and
energy or greater.
Men. With women, it's kind of like, I'm gonna give you a little grace or whatever, and then you end up putting her in her place. But a lot of times, because see, you have a vocabulary that a lot of other men may not have, and so what they gonna call them? Bitches, hoes, and all that. At some point, we have to start learning that, listen, women are different, but at the same time, at least when it comes down to these conversations, we got to invite them. And it's hard for us and it's hard for them, but we will eventually get it. We will eventually get that. We got to have that because when they hear us, when they hear how we are, especially listening to all these different panels, man, they can say what they want to say. I'm going to tell you right now, it's very intriguing to me. I love hearing these panels. I don't care how high or low their IQ is when they're having the conversation. It's still something I can take away from it. And one of the things is that socially, we've kind of failed each other with that. Reason why I say this, and I'm gonna end this from here. When I went to my family meetings, cookouts or barbecues and things like that.
Yeah.
We very seldom talked about politics, religion, and a number of other things, right? We always played cards and played dominoes and all these different things, which is cool. But we left out who we really are to each other as family. And then now it's at the point where we are actually understand. I have family members right now that could not believe what they heard come out my mouth. You know, when it was like, they were like, damn, I didn't know that he thought that way. I had, my opinions on homosexuality, my opinions on religion or politics or something like that. And it was something where it got to the point where now they can hear me and now they see me in a different light. and it was very hard for them to hear what I was saying when they first heard it. Now they can actually, it's more palatable for them now, because now they're getting used to it. But normally, man, we didn't have this. We didn't have what we got right now. So most people are trying to shit on it, and most people I'm tired of having these conversations. I'm not. If it gets to a point where the conversation is frustrating, that means that I got some work that I have to get done within myself. You got some work that you got to get done within yourself too. We should be able to have arguments without being bickers.
Right, but JT,
you don't have to bicker with each other.
JT, the reason why I'm personally, as it relates to YouTube, I have to go based on what I see on YouTube over the years, and brother OG Speed, he can back me on this. We've seen a lot of bullshit. These conversations become circular. They become conversations that are non-constructive, right?
Unproductive.
And thank you. And they become a conversation of blame game. Nobody wants to admit their effery in some of this stuff. And it never leads to solutions. I'm talking about as far as YouTube environment is concerned, because I can always tell who's really doing the work when you ask very fundamental questions and motherfuckers get quiet as a rat pissing on cotton. I'll just leave that alone now.
and to your point, conversation is going to be circular because the world is circular. It's not linear. And this is the thing. It's the same conversation we having right now, 50 years from now, they're going to still have these same conversations.
Yes. No, we ain't, because we're going to shut them up. Well, I ain't playing that game no more. I saw all that foolishness in the 80s and the 90s. I'm saying something. We got to stop it, bro.
But what I'm saying is this. It still evolves. This is the thing. It don't evolve with everybody.
It ain't going to happen around me. I assure you that.
But listen what I'm saying. Down. It's not going to everybody is not going to, they're not going to evolve, right? Some people want to stick to where the fuck they at. They just want to stick there. We die. Listen, I got about 30 more Christmases, y'all. I got about 30 more Christmases. And what I'm saying is this. I want to leave it where it is. I'm glad we have it here where we at right now. I just want to leave it where it is right now. And then somebody else can take it and they can evolve it. But let me tell you, Information Man, I've heard you, bro. Trust me when I tell you, I'm one of those brothers that I'll sit there and I'll listen to everything you say, whether it's replay or live.
Well, thank you for that, brother.
And it evolves my thinking. Not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, I had a show and my whole thing was me being transparent and vulnerable. I'm confused now, right? Remember when I told you guys that? I'm confused now. Not I'm confused because I just ain't learned shit. No. It's because I learned so much and I got to a plateau. Now I got to rethink everything. And this is what the conversations are doing right now with a lot of people. Mr. Bennett said something last night. Man, that shit was impactful. I've been thinking about that all damn day. Jay Speed and the doc had a conversation last night that shit, I'm telling you, it was something that when it unfolds, and the doc is so important, man. Shout out to Dr. Nakumbe. It is very important for us to do these things. We may not think that this shit is doing something, but I'm telling you, Dr. Martin Luther King didn't think. He was frustrated. He was upset for a little while, right? But what did he have? Other people that was telling him, keep on with the fight. He died fighting. And if we got to die fighting, man, this is what it is. But man, you brothers really, really, really have inspired me personally. I'm talking about it's not just y'all. I'm listening to in these YouTube spaces, man. I see how fucked up it can be, but I see how great it can be also. Because we have, think about this. We have people from all different eras of life. You've talked to Information Man. You've talked to someone that was probably from the hood. They still in the hood. and they had some problems with what you said, and then you still stuck on what you were saying, because you stand on what you stand on, right? Just like Mr. Bennett, he stand on what he stand on.
All of you.
Yeah, OG, J Speed, he stand on what he stand on. And it doesn't come, and sometimes it's not palatable at that moment. But man, we remember this shit. We remember all these things that's happening right now. For one, I've been thanking people for about 3 days now, but I got to thank you guys, man, because what you guys are doing, keep doing it. Keep doing it. It may not seem like, because this ain't for us. This is for the next generation. So let's just keep doing it. If we're gonna be upset with each other and get frustrated with each other, we're gonna have arguments. Let's let it play out, because there's always an end to it, right? I love to hear Black men speaking the way that you guys are speaking, man. I love to hear it. J Speed ain't got the best goddamn vocabulary, but we understand that this man is a brilliant man. That's what it is. OG.
Oh, now it's starting to come out. Now it's starting to come out. That's
what we need. Because now people are going to follow us. They're going to follow us. They like, damn, man. Look what's happening with people when we have this feminine air. It don't even have to be women. It's just a bunch of men with feminine air. And they tell you, because you come out with emotions, right, that you feminine and you ain't this or you toxic. No, we emotional just like it. We letting it play out. We are getting rid of all the stereotypes. Yes, we're just as emotional as women can be. But understand, our emotions end up causing wars. World wars. I'm gonna end it right there, man. I'm on my shit right now. So
now, to the audience out there, thank you guys for being here. We had a couple of questions in the audience. I want to get to those, but I do want to bring this up for information, man, and the rest of you guys. First, we'll discuss this one first. You know, in 1977, guys, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Lucia Harris.
Yes.
Lucia Harris was a basketball player, a very good basketball player. And she was drafted into the all men's NBA. She was the first woman drafted to the NBA. And it was a New Orleans Jazz at the time before they moved to Utah. And she turned it down and said she wanted to go get married and have children. My question is, what do you think the league will look like today if she would have took that job?
I mean, it would have.
It would have been the same way, because
there's no guarantee. There's no guarantee she would have been able to perform at that high level that had a lot of women came into. I mean, you still have the physical advantages, and now with the players being even more athletic than ever before. I mean, you know, we were shocked when, I guess, I forget who the first female dunker was. But, you know, it was like, it's a breakaway. She goes up. She just kind of throws it in. She's not doing a tomahawk windmill on it or anything like that. There's still some physical disadvantages that, and I still say it to this day. I mean, you take, any WNBA team, a top collegiate team, they're not beating them. It's just that, and I even put some high school teams on that. You took some of the top high school, like, what's the one down in your way, Oak Cliff, Black man?
Yep.
You put Oak Cliff against a WNBA team. I'm not saying that's a shoe-in for the WNBA. So I don't think it would have went that far. She might have stayed in there symbolically, but you're not gonna change physiology. So I don't see her impact being that much more than what it is now.
Hold on a second, y'all. Before we go, hold on a second, y'all. Before we go, wait a minute. Wait. Hold on a second. Before we go any further, welcome to the stage, Grooming and Reviews, J Speed. I didn't want us to continue the conversation without acknowledging our brothers for showing us. Thank you guys for coming out. Y'all go ahead and proceed. I just want to make sure that we acknowledge the brothers when they come up, and it shouldn't take 20-30 minutes for us to acknowledge our brothers when they come up. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Is it because I lost the beard?
Go ahead.
Now,
You lost everything, man. It's like
Yeah, we know this. Hey, Grumman,
I'm committed to
white
the ball here, man. But
White School
you
Podcast
was
ain't
clean
here today,
shape
I don't
too.
think.
So
it's like you stuck your whole head inside the ass of a clippers and just
All right.
pulled it out.
If you guys really want to know why I shaved the beard,
Now it's coming out.
You guys
Now
are
it's
like my
coming out.
brothers. Seriously? Listen, you gotta talk to him at least twice in one night before you bullshit with me like that. Honest truth is, I'm gonna be straight up with you guys. My YouTube channel, Community Reviews 101, is struggling right now. I lost 20 subscribers in one day.
Damn, what you do?
Nothing. That's the problem. I started doing live stream, and all of a sudden I was doing really well, and all of a sudden I'm just going downhill. So this is a reboot. I'm hoping I get some people back or new people. So I'm gonna regrow it, do everything over. When you're small like me, only 180 at a time. Now I'm down to 170, losing 20 and plus subscribers. And you know this more than I do, BMU. That hurts when you're that small.
Well, it happens. It happens.
We about to get you up, bro. We about to get you up.
But let me say this though, real quick. If she would have taken that job, can you imagine what the league would look like if it was co-ed? Can you imagine LeBron James coming down the court passing the ball to Candace Parker, or somebody back in the day, Kobe Bryant passing the ball to Cynthia Cooper or Cheryl Swoops?
They had to change the rules up, man. They'd be like, no more hand checking. You know what I'm saying? No more hand checking, bro.
That's the way they survive. They wouldn't have been able to survive because you got to remember, if you're talking about 1975?
77 when they drafted
77 when she came in.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did Magic Johnson come into the league?
Oh, that's why the great point. Him and Bird. Magic Johnson and Larry Bird saved the NBA. They came in at the 1980 season.
I think he was in the
championship game 79.
79.
That Michigan State, Indiana State. They were rookies in 80, and it took off from there. They saved because the NBA was about to go out of business because they thought it was too black, it was too violent, physical, the fights and all that kind of stuff.
But
so
they
also
had
those owners
were a
were
problem in the NBA,
and those owners were
their cocaine was a powerful drug.
It was a lot of guys were getting hooked on the drugs.
Those owners, you think those owners are something right now? Those owners were really sharks back then. They were on some shit. They were in survival mode back then. They put a lot of money in there and they were losing that money fast as shit. So they would have overlooked the women and they would have got the best people, and the women wouldn't have been right there. It wouldn't have. They wouldn't have never survived when it came down to it.
Speaking of the title of the show tonight, are black men and boys America's greatest underappreciated asset? Guys, thank you for being here. Hit the like button, subscribe button. Make sure you subscribe to everyone that's on this panel tonight who has a platform as well. Lost in Translation, Information Man, JT from What We Know Podcast, OGJ Speed, our Pain, Grooming, and Reviews. Make sure you guys go and hit that like button and subscribe button on their platforms as well. But speaking of underappreciated assets, we also had someone in the chat put this in here, and this is a great conversation. The NBA is currently sabotaging and silencing Ice Cube and the Big 3 right now. Now, the information, I know Information Man, you're going to have some information on that. But basically, the NBA under the table is telling the sponsors of the Big 3, listen, if you continue to work with Ice Cube, we'll pull all funding from you guys. You will no longer be able to represent the NBA. So, what are your thoughts about that? We'll start with Information Man because I know you know some on this, being out there in Cali.
Well, I remember when I remember hearing Ice Cube come out and talk about this, but you gotta ask yourself what's new. Why would the NBA want any competition? The NFL did the same thing to the USFL,
WFL,
right? Yep. They don't want competition. They have a monopoly. You think they're gonna? I'm just gonna keep it real. You think they're gonna let a black man like Ice Cube lock up something like this? No, they're not. So it was. I think in the beginning when he came out with the league, it looked like the NBA was supporting it. You know why? Because it was small, very small, and as it started to get bigger, they were like, "Wait a minute now." We thought this was just
Come
going to
on.
be a
It was
little
like
hobby.
it was like
We
back
thought
in the
this
day,
was
like
just going to
the
be a
and one
hobby for
mixtape
Ice
tour.
Cube.
It was like that initially.
Right. So as long as it stayed just a little small little thing, they had no problem with it. Now it's starting to blow up. Now they're like, let's start messing with the. They don't want anything. You watching anything but NBA brand basketball.
Right.
Period. Now I know this has been thrown around. If all the players in the NBA said, the hell with the NBA owners, we're going to go ahead and we're going to do some bomb storming and we're going to make our own league. There's been argument that if they were to do that, they would be successful. Because if you take all the stars and the NBA doesn't have them anymore, and let's say LeBron James, all these guys to say, you know what, we're going to create our own league and we're going to lead the NBA, these owners would lose money. Now, would that happen? I doubt if it would happen because we got too many people with plantation mentality. But, they probably would do everything they could to sabotage that situation, right? Remember that who saw the Bingo Long Star and Traveling? Remember that movie? What happened?
Yeah.
What were the, it was sort of a play on the Negro leads and, it was kind of, tongue in cheek, but what did those owners do? They did everything they could to stop the bomb storming of the baseball teams that were trying to independently make money outside of the owners who controlled everything, right?
Right. Yeah.
And what the thing about it is those smaller leagues were actually successful, man. They were.
Yeah.
Because in Birmingham we had the Barons. And I remember as a kid going to a Barons game right down the street, and they used to be packed. You know what I'm saying? So they can be successful, but we have to make sure that we patronize them.
But check this out. They were successful.
But if they go
black
do
people
that,
supported them, and black people controlled it, right? But as soon as we ran to the MLB, we made the MLB what it is now, right? We made it great. So we actually hurt ourselves.
Yeah. You
Good evening, everybody. Can y'all hear me loud and clear?
I can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
See, this is where oldest dirt might come as an advantage. 45 years ago, no one would believe that the baseball league would look like what it is today. Nobody would have believed that. I think it's only 6%, 7% black people in the baseball league today.
Well, African Americans specifically. If you want to talk about the Latino Negro players,
that's what I'm getting at. Yeah, I mean, there's players of color that we started seeing that with Cuban Revolution. I understand that, but what I'm saying to say this, see, there was a time when the NBA was struggling. ABA and all that, and they used the Harlem Globetrotters and halftime to draw people in. People don't know that. Matter of fact, the Harlem Globetrotters went to Germany while we was at war and tried to be ambassadors. So I say this to say this. I've been looking at the NBA for a while, going down this lane is going down now. They're trying to turn it into more of an international basketball league, and they're doing it slowly.
Yep.
And nobody's paying attention to this because this is what happened to baseball. It used to be just as many baseball fields as it is basketball courts. It's hard to find one in your neighborhood now. You'll find a soccer field. So what I'm saying that to say this. If you don't understand, this is why the past is so, your history, it's a roadmap. And we don't pay enough attention to the roadmap because we think it becomes obsolete. Oh, we live in this world now. We're included in all this and all that. Well, everything we ever own, that's how we lost it, by being included. If you look at all our history in this country, you'll find out it's when we wanted to, be accepted by everybody. I don't care how good this was going on over there, but we get 2 or 3 heads shaking, and then we'll have arrived. And that's how we're going to lose out in the future. And that's how we're losing out now. It's a roadmap.
Now, OG, I know this. I'm going to respond to what you said. I know this ain't going to be sexy, but black people don't support black people. And let me give you an example. Some of these great football players that we want to go to these beautiful HBCU colleges, they don't go. You know why? Think about it. You want to go to HBCU and represent your family because your daddy went, your mama went, but they come to you with an NIL deal from Alabama, and Nick Saban is saying, hey, we'll give you $1.3 million to come get on the line for us. Or you can go to Jackson State and get free lunch.
Roll Tide.
You see what I'm saying? We don't do the sacrificing anymore. Or the HBCUs, nobody's going to the HBCUs when black people get a business. It's not, it's not really celebrated. Some people celebrate it, some people go and support it, but a lot of black people don't support black people. And I think that and it's amazing that you hear these words. You've been in show business. You hear these words where when you got a white audience, you've made it. That has always been that's always been, even with Dave Chappelle. Dave Chappelle was with black people. He's on Def Comedy Jam, but and he didn't blow up until the white folks started noticing him. And now he's one of the biggest comedians in the world. Netflix is paying him $43 million per episode, and he's making his money. And he's one of the largest and most successful comedians on the planet right now.
Can I jump in real quick? Let's not, before we leave the NBA, but you're right. I agree with you, because economics is economics, and we're a part of it. Adam Silver, it gets a pass. He has an issue with black men unless they're his boys.
Yep.
Because that list he put together with Kyrie Irving is unforgivable. Of putting a black buck up against the whipping post to show other black bucks that you don't even say anything. If you saw the list of demands for Kyrie Irving, I'll never forgive him for that.
Yeah, that list was
and J.T. Williams was the only black man who came out against it, and he was quickly off of ESPN after that. I haven't seen him anymore.
Oh, they fired him.
Yeah, so, but what I'm saying is he actually knew it was coming. He said, listen, I gotta say this. I'm not so I can see Adam Silver doing what he's doing to Ice Cube for more than one reason other than the competition, because the NBA could have exploited and actually blew up the Big Three as an extension for their veterans. And let me tell you, Ice Cube would have been all for that. You know what I'm saying? They could have made a deal. Look what they do with Skims, a white woman. They're going to make Kim Kardashian into a 4 or 5 billionaire. Right? So if they could do that with her, they could have took the Big Three. You didn't have to own it, but they could have used the Big Three. So this is your graduation league after you leave the NBA, and I could market that shit.
No, but they seen this is what they seen. It wasn't that. He was cool as long as he had the old cats that still wanted to play basketball and still can play. What they didn't like was that when Ice Cube and them started getting college players, that's when they had a problem. There's a league for players that come out of college and they can't get into all the other leags, including
but JT, that makes sense though, right? Because a lot of kids ain't gonna make it in the NBA.
Yes.
So I'm just saying, you know what? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, because you're absolutely right. But that's only because Adam Silver is skewed. Because I could have exploited that as well.
Yeah,
I could have made all of that part of propping up the Big Three. Hey, you ain't good enough for the NBA, but we got an alternative for you. And they could have made. He didn't have to be a full partner, quote unquote, but he would have been better as a supplement to the NBA than the WNBA.
So think about this.
You have to understand.
Think about this. Where's that letter going to? This is the thing, because it's not really about the NBA closing them out, the NBA themselves. That letter went to marketers. That letter went to all of the people that they were paying for commercials and all these ads and all these different things, because that's what it was. That's why he's being closed out, because he didn't need the NBA to help him as long as he had people that he can do commercials for, right?
No, I agree with you.
Right. As long as he had people that, what they did was send that letter to all those folks. They were like, listen, this is the thing. We won't, and it's just what it is. The thing is,
that's why they should lose the suit, JT. That's why they should lose the suit, because of that letter.
Right. So it's kind of like they respect Ice Cube for his brilliance, but they, at the same time of respecting it, they like, we got to close you the fuck out.
What I'm trying to say, though, JT, I'm cutting you off because I agree with you, but it's because Adam Silver is a lesser man that didn't want to give something like that for a brother. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. I agree. I just want to say in a nutshell, this is about power and control, gentlemen.
Right. Yep.
It's a power dynamic.
Yes. I agree.
They cannot allow Ice Cube to grow his lead, to become rival to the NBA and gain lots of revenue, advertisement, and what have you. Now, you got to remember this. When you talk about young players, the NBA has what they call a D league. They have these little interdivisional leagues and all across the country. Do you think they want the 3-ball to take precedence over their D lead, which is their own way to control? Now, once again, it's about control and power. When they get these guys under their wing of their leads and divisions, they want to have power and control. Just like when these guys,
if he was a small hat, would Silver would act the same way?
If he was what'd you say, sir?
If Ice Cube was a small hat, would Silver have treated the big three differently? Just your opinion.
Oh yeah, I feel like he would have.
Yeah.
I think it has a lot to do with that.
So you guys don't think it's a business choice, not a personal choice?
It's a bad business choice.
No. It's business and personal. They're not. I'm telling you what they said in them back rooms. We are not about to let a nigga take our D league from us.
Thank you.
Because that's exactly what it is. Now you got a new NBA. Now you have a new NBA because now what he would do is he would have before, he would have present, and he would have after.
Oh yeah,
that's what they have a problem with, and they like, why didn't we come up with the goddamn idea? Because people were telling them, and them motherfuckers didn't want to listen.
Right. But peep the dynamic of control. It happens in basketball, football, and these major sports. Right. A young man is drafted into the NBA or into the NFL. He signs a contract, let's say, with Jerry Jones, the Dallas Cowboys, right? And now he says, I want to buy a house, I want to buy a car, I want to move into a nice neighborhood. So then let's say Jerry Jones or someone or his agent says, oh, I got a good friend. He got a car dealership. Yeah, you want a Mercedes, Ben? Benjamin will help you out. So they're keeping the money within their sphere of control and circle.
Yeah.
Nobody on this panel can tell me that this ain't true, because remember, who's the player who came out with the $1 Million Slave book? It's been documented, right? So So it's about control of the league, the monies, and control of the players, and keep them under your umbrella.
Right.
And also enrich these owners have other rich friends, and they enrich them and people they do business with, and send these athletes to do business with their buddies. So everybody has got their hands in these players' pockets.
One way or another. The other day.
In the
like
ages as
minutes ago. The network. You know what I'm saying? Information, man. That's exactly what we're talking about.
Can I bring something else to the table? There's a chronological order how this came about. And we're forgetting about one thing. There was a man named Big Baller who came along while all this stuff right here was going on. And he started selling the college players, y'all should be paid. And if they ain't gonna pay you, I will. And look how the NBA jumped on that one. Mm-hmm. All right. So what I'm saying, to get back to you, Black Man Unfiltered, you're talking about the same hands. You're talking about the right hand and the left hand.
Yep.
Because black colleges was put together by who?
White folks.
Okay. So not only was it put together by them, the whole plan of defunding them less than the other college was put in that plan too.
Yep.
So they didn't know what was going to happen.
Yep.
It was the same in schools that got us integrated when we was asking for the same thing per student. Board of Education, Brown Board versus Board of Education. We wanted equal funding. We want to integrate, but they killed two birds with one stone and made it seem like they was doing something for you. They said, we won't give you that money, but we'll integrate you, because they knew what was going to happen with that. So what I'm saying is, if you can look at all this, a lot of it is business, but with every business, you're going to have a boss, and we know who like to be the boss. That's just it. You know, in the end of the day, the NBA is supporting the WBA. One NBA player can play the whole season for the WBA and the players. That's how less money they make.
Yep. And you know what, OG? I'll say this, and y'all mark my words on this. You have the XFL and the USFL, right? Right now.
Yeah.
All right. Did you see what Tom Brady said the other day? Tom Brady said, "Hey, I got a great idea for the Pro Bowl, guys. Ding. I think we should take the retired players who just retired and some of the older players who still can play the game and suit them back up. But when we suit them back up, we can play against guys who didn't make it to the league, who were good enough to make it but didn't make it. And we can also play college guys who are fresh out of college who didn't make it into the league. And we can have all the NFL players who were selected for the Pro Bowl play against those guys. They get their own team. We'll have our own team. Their team will play our Pro Bowlers. Now, watch what happens. Give it a couple of years. There will be no more XFL. There will be no more USFL. They're going to implement those boys, those men, into Pro Bowls, into show horses. And can you imagine? Just think about it. Can you imagine if Ocho Cinco said, I'm lining up with Tom Brady next year for the Pro Bowl? How many tickets they going to sell? If Tom Brady come out that fucking tunnel, Ocho dressed up.
All of them.
Hey, but BMU, do you guys remember when the college championship team used to play the NBA, the NFL? I'm old enough to remember.
Yeah,
I'm old enough. I used to watch those games.
College, the college all stars played like the Steelers or the Pro Teams.
The champion.
Well, then shit. Why don't they just have this is what I would like to see.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't they have the national college champion play against the NFL Super Bowl champion? I know this sounds crazy. Let's have the NBA champion play against the #1 or the champion of the NCAA. Now, you tell me that won't sell tickets off the damn streets. And don't.
I can see it definitely for the NBA,
especially
NFL.
When it comes to basketball, you can't say, "Well, it's too physical." No. They need to do it, but maybe they don't do it because they're afraid that maybe these college kids might whoop their ass by accident, and everybody will be like, "Oh shit."
Hey, but before you move on, information, man, OG, you said something about the integration stuff. I think we don't really give enough power to the puppet masters that run society. Because, I read a book when I was a young man called The Foundation trilogy, where a guy had a science that he could identify and predict how society would move based on certain stimuli. And I believe that shit is real. And it's no more real than, it was funny because when I asked my aunt to buy me the book, I had to lift her off the floor because I asked for a book, So the foundation, Isaac Asimov had the Foundation trilogy based on a science of what he called psychohistory, that you could tell the masses, you could tell the future based on how the masses react based on certain stimuli. And I believe all that shit is true. And the puppet masters know how to do that.
It is true. It's all psychological, man.
Right.
Now, I was going to say real quick before you go lost. I'm sitting here reading it, guys. Watch this. They said that Tom Brady's idea has sparked interest from past players like RG3, Tim Tebow, There, brother Dawkins. Oh my God, you gonna suit him up again? Shit. Terrell Owens, Ocho Cinco, Ryan Clark. Wow, Ryan Clark. I mean, so I'm telling you guys, just imagine Ray Lewis coming out there suited and booted in a Ravens uniform, sliding across that fucking field. The fans would go fucking. That's just a big check waiting to be written. Now, I'm telling you, bro.
These guys, when they leave the game, bro, once you get off all those drugs and those meds and whatnot, they shrink down about 50 pounds.
Somebody gonna get
ain't trying to get back
busted
out
there.
They don't make enough icy hot.
And you know what?
Put them back on the
That'd be
field.
tough.
But you know what? Muffin blue black, Blick. What you say? Your muffin blue black.
Yeah. Hey, you know what? But I'm gonna ask y'all this because Terrell Owens just said he's running a 4.243 right now at 47.
You believe that?
And yeah, they timed him. Man, he was out there. He was out there with Tyreek.
Dude, I don't know about 4.2, but
dude, I don't know. Right. I don't know if y'all saw the race between him and Tyreek Hill. He was right there with him. They was bucking it.
But this is the problem, though, Blackman Unfiltered. It's just like Jerry Rice. Do you remember how Terrell Owens was looking before he got pushed out the lead? Even though he could probably run fast, that doesn't mean nothing. He can't run the routes anymore. He can't catch the ball consistently. You could be fast as a damn as grease lightning. But if you can't turn and make those moves and take the hits and the catches, and you don't have, you know what happens when you get older, you lose, if you're not taking care of yourself, of course. Right. I'm not saying he's not, but you may lose certain level of stamina.
Speak for yourself.
You out here playing against these young kids. You out here playing against these young guys who have have more male testosterone running through their bodies a little bit more quick.
More information than they say in the NFL.
His muscle twitch may not be the same as a guy that's playing right now.
Absolutely. But there's another thing that I know football players talk about, and
I know that from taking athletic science in college. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But OG, you know about this too from boxing. They say just boxing, just like in football, there's a certain number of hits that you have, and once you hit that number, it's time to get out.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So again, like you said, you can run the routes, but you getting hit across the middle or whatever. It's like you just get tired of that. And it's just like I can't, I'm tired of getting that ice tub.
I have a good idea here.
Let me ask y'all something. Wait before you do that. This is a great idea. Just before you get in, because I gotta go. I just want to come up and show my face. Okay. No, I don't think nobody got no one better than this one.
I'll put it this way.
What you think it's gonna look like? Wait. We're gonna see. What you think it's gonna look like when the first robot play against a human being?
Oh, I don't want to see that. That's crazy.
I don't think nobody.
Look, that
I don't want to see that. That's like some damn.
We halfway there. We halfway there because they got Olympian runners running with metal legs.
That's called.
Come on now. Hold on. This shit is not fair because they won't catch no cramps.
Look,
but it's called. You know what that is? Black Men Unfiltered, and this is a reality that we all gonna have to deal with. It's called transhumanism.
What the fuck?
Transhumanism.
There you go.
All of us. Let's wait. Let's hear what I'm saying here.
Yeah, go ahead,
all of us may have some transhumanism in us. That means what? Let's say you lose your arm and they give you a complete robotic arm. Just like, how many of y'all saw that movie, The Creator, with Denzel Washington's son in there?
Hey, man.
That shit was deep, right? He had an arm, he had a leg. They're already doing this stuff, right? So if you have, transhumanism is another way for humans to try to see if they can live longer. So if you got an artificial eye or you got an artificial heart or any kind of in your body, that's transhumanism.
A man barely alive.
But you know what? Hold on, let me address.
You can make him better than he was.
We call it augmented athleticism. That's what we call it.
Have you seen Repo Man? Where they did have robotic arms.
Yeah, I love that movie, man.
They did have robotic arms and hearts.
Kidneys.
And when you couldn't pay the note, they come take their shit.
You come take your shit.
Pay the note, let me get that kidney back. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, look, peace. Look, I gotta go. I gotta go do some cooking right about now. But information man, tell them about the other part of what you were just saying. The Supreme Court just passed a law about 3 years ago. If you have if you have a certain amount of artificial in you, you can be considered as property. See, nobody's talking about that. That's why I brought up the football thing.
Right. You're the property of the company that's produced that technology. It's in you. What? They own you.
What? You're screwing me right now, right?
No. That stuff is coming. That's coming. You know, I just wanted to say this. When you look at movies like The Terminator or movies like The Creator,
RoboCop,
the Hollywood is giving you some insight into what the future may be or is or what's happening. We know that AI is taking control right now. We know that they're experiencing. Look. In San Francisco right now, you guys know about this. You can get into a taxi that's driven without a human in it.
Bullshit.
Right. It's no bullshit.
No. Information. I'm not saying you bullshit. I'm saying I'm not gonna do this shit. I'll say,
check this out. This is called human social engineering.
Santa Monica is getting ready for it. Information man. They made the lane.
So what they do is it's called social engineering. They introduced the technology because of the Silicon Valley in San Francisco. People were always saying, I would never do that. Well, what's happening in San Francisco is that people are getting in those cabs and they're utilizing them. They even got food service where a robot is bringing you your food to your apartment. Or your house. No, I'm serious. This is all being experimented in San Francisco, right?
Didn't
to get people comfortable with the technology.
No, hey, one movie called Minority Report. Everybody go see Minority Report.
Yes, that's an excellent movie.
That's why they're paying all the Negroes reparations so to get them out of San Francisco because the robots got to have room.
Right. Get rid of us for robots.
You know what? Let me tell y'all.
They're replacing us with robots, y'all.
Real quick, JP, you talk about Minority Report. And Netflix just dropped a fucking movie called Leave the World Behind. Now, y'all need
to go see that.
Oh, that's excellent. I watched that this past week. Excellent. Y'all better watch. Hey, for those of y'all that like those electric cars, there was a scene in that movie. Those electric cars.
That motherfucker took over and said, fuck y'all, we out of here. Shit.
Listen, let me explain something to y'all about the
see that motherfucker say drive in ocean. Fuck that. I'm not getting them bitches.
You go.
But didn't
listen, let me hip y'all into a little something right quick before y'all change subjects. I don't know if y'all know this or not, but farmers, they're no longer producing heirloom crops. So what happens is these multi supercultures from these food companies will actually patent their food with their own particular patent in the DNA. Yes. So what happens is when the pollen blows over into the other people's, onto the farmers' crops, and they go back and test it, they say, hey, that crop over there belongs to us because it has our genetically modified markers on it. So that belongs to us. So either you burn your crop or, you give it up. Well, let me ask you this. What happens when everybody is asked to take a certain injection and your DNA is now modified? Now you become property of the company who, altered your DNA.
But that's what happened
injection. So you're now property.
But brother,
again,
guess what? They did it in the 40s or the 50s. Henrietta Lacks.
Yes, sir.
Remember what they did to her? I did a video about it, gentlemen.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
So they've been deving in this DNA control going all the way back to the 50s with her stuff. So there's nothing new under the sun. That's in the 50s.
Information man, and that's where the word motherfucker comes from. Because they used to take the strongest buck, the strongest slave, make him fuck his own mama.
Oh my God! No, come on, my ears, my ears, man. Hey man, I'm a minor. I'm a minor black man. I'm sorry, my ears. My God.
I'm sorry.
Come on, man. My God, man.
Come on back, Grooming. I know you had something to say. Come on back.
Go ahead, Grooming. I'm sorry.
Okay, so a new league I'm thinking of. Payne's gonna love this. We have, the college, the pro, and the citizenships league coming out
Sing
on
your
the
lead.
field with the walkers, you know, coming out like you go, look at the coach. Hey, coach, give me my dancer. Come on, Pamper.
They're gonna make some. They're gonna make some hella memes though.
Yeah. Think about Tom.
Yeah.
Imagine our Payne coming out playing offensive lineman.
Our Payne coming out was a cane. And like, I got the ball. I got the ball.
Break out there walking all of a sudden.
Okay. Why is my
jump out
name
the
got to be
side.
associated with the
Oh
Kane?
my god.
You know what I'm
Don't get you back, man.
Hey,
Lost. Did you play?
Wow.
Did you play sports back in there? You play football? Did you do some ball?
I
back then?
did. I played left tackle, man. I played the blind
Left
side.
tackle.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Don't let him get past me, bro.
All right,
Okay.
now since all right, so left tackle now, black man. What were you then? You were off.
Defense. I was on defense. I like to hit people. I ain't like to get hit. I play
Right, so we
defensive
need to
end.
line up. So based on
Yeah.
Grumman's idea, we need to get black man and Lost in formation, and y'all should just go at it and see who's gonna win that one out.
Yeah, I'm coming. Hey, I'm telling. And you know what? I'm coming to the
It
line.
was
I'm
just for
telling them
forcing the
I'm
removal
coming.
defense.
I'm coming, Lost. I'm coming. I used to talk so much shit.
Right.
They want to arrest me. I'm coming.
Hey.
I'm coming, Lost. I'm coming.
Yeah. Hey Doc, you said that they're
You
going to
play
have
left
robots
tackle. You
come to
taking on the
your
toughest guy.
room for room service. They're doing that in Japan. That's reality, sir.
What kind of room service we talking about here now?
Like a robot, like you order your food.
No, you know
Instead
what I'm
of an
talking
actual human coming to your door giving your food, it's a robot or some type of mechanical machine. That's already a reality right now. Mhm.
Information
You
man.
go down
Now,
to,
I don't know how
I
true
don't know
this
if you
is,
guys-
information man, but I did see they had a robot that will actually absolutely have sex with you.
Yeah, Japan.
Oh.
No, it's true. Japan has produced these what they call comfort dolls or whatever, sex dolls.
You mean sex workers?
Yeah, they
Somebody
have them
said,
for
"Ooh."
women and they have them for men, and it's a robot, and it will,
Suck
you
that
know.
thing, ride that thing, throw it back, throw it left, right, up, down, and back around.
No, I'm serious. Y'all should do it. Y'all should
Imagine
check. I
you
mean,
had a
Google
remote.
it. It's
It's gonna
true.
be like now. It's gonna be like
And you
got a
can-
remote,
And you
she
can
ride
order
that
it
thing,
from
you hit the
Japan,
button.
and they'll ship it right to your door.
Now,
And
let
you
me
can-
ask you a
you can-
question with
you
that.
it's gonna be
Yeah,
like.
you're like, I'm in
y'all
love
remember
with a
that old
robot.
movie Westworld?
Please
The HBO
prepare
that
for
Westworld.
pleasure.
Remember that old movie? It's gonna be like that.
Man, that robot
Let me
might
ask you a
put
stupid
that
question.
thing.
Because most of you guys are married. Wait, if you get a robot sex worker, does that consider cheating now?
Hell no.
Yeah.
No, I mean, okay. You want to say that? You get a massage chair and you sit in a massage chair and then massage you make you feel good. Is that also cheating?
That falls under HSA, health savings account.
Right? The massage
right.
chair.
All for the health and
The
benefit
massage
of your
chair, yeah,
your
the
body,
massage
you know what I'm
chair and
saying?
the robot got the same screws. They got the same, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you walk in that robot, you gonna beat the robot up?
So wait a minute. So you saying my massage gun could be considered a
Yes.
sex object? Is
A
that
health
what you're saying?
agent. We call it a health agent. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, it's gonna be y'all better be glad y'all at the age y'all at right now, because you imagine how people are gonna be sitting there accusing. Can you imagine the women accusing men because they got a goddamn massage gun in a goddamn drawer, and she said,
You trying to say that this is
And got that Gok 3.
Let me ask you a question, my man. Let me ask you a serious question. What kind of lotion are you using now?
right.
You heard me. What kind of lotion are you using?
no lotion, bro?
Oh shit!
Yeah, that's why you turn red, right? I see how you blushing.
I'm turning red.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard.
But lost in translation. Think about it though.
Yeah.
A robot who would come and have sex with you, and then create memories in their minds, in their cortexes, in their minds, to know exactly what you like. So when
We
you
call
tell
that
her,
machine learning. You know what I'm saying?
Wasn't a movie that came out a couple years ago where a dude literally fell in love with his AI in his house or whatever? He fell in
Yeah,
love
I
with
remember
the
that.
house
yeah.
because the female was like running everything in the house and everything.
But Mr. Bennett, how hard would it be to have a robot walking around the house butt ass naked, and you tell her, "Come in here and suck this thing," and she say, "No problem." Do you want me to do it like I did it last time, or would you like me to do it like I did it October 15th last year?
Can you
You guys,
imagine?
you know what? You guys are going crazy. Do you guys know that this was discussed and there was a group of women who wanted to go to Congress to put a governor on whether the robot can say yes or no to your demand. They even want to infiltrate. You can't even buy a robot. They want to be able for the robot to tell you, no, I ain't giving you none tonight. Can you dig that shit? Like, can you dig it? I said, get out of here.
Putting a gun on pleasure.
But I would
can't
shout out
corner
to
the market
Information
on
Man,
pleasure.
man. Thank you, Information Man, for being here tonight. He had to go, but I'm gonna tell y'all this. Information Man was here. He would tell y'all in Japan they have put fake organs inside these bodies that feel like real breast, and the women dolls are able to become very lubricant, like wet, like they give them all the human characteristics. And so they gave her the hair, the lips. They know how. I mean, you could control the sucking speed of oral sex. Control how they ride your ass. I'm man, listen, bro.
Listen, this is where it gets to the point where I'm like, this is what the Bible was created for, because of what we got in store for us. Because the more and more we get evolved into technology, the less and less we get involved. We evolved in thinking. So when you really think about it, it's getting to a point where we're going to be real slaves. I think before we were indentured servants. I think what's happening right now is that our people are going to be very much slaves, and it's going to take another I don't know, 1,600 years for motherfuckers to be evolved again until it plateaus again, and then it just keep going over and over.
The question, JT, is slaves to what? Because it seems like, again, I just want to tie all this back to the theme of the show. We're talking about underappreciated assets. One, there's a question mark on, people being referred to as assets, because it seems like, with a lot of leagues and whatnot, it's like we're not human beings. You know what I'm saying? We're assets,
so
and just like anything else. So, and the robot is also an asset. So if the current trend is they're trying to replace human beings with robots and that automation and whatnot, then what is going to be the state of human beings? What is there going to be left to do? If you can get machines to grow your crops and just the manual jobs, what is going to be left? There's going to be a major economic hit where you're going to have a lot of people. You see all these people being transplanted from work now. You can't even get a job at a fast food place anymore because they got the kiosks now where you order your food, the retail, the self-checkout lines and whatnot. So where are all these people going to go? If this gets in mass, where you're going to have all these people who, are simply being replaced by machines. So again, looking at people as an asset, I think that might be a problem in itself.
Right, but those people are going to be the slaves. The thing is that you're still going to need maintenance. You're still going to need
no, AI taking over all.
No, I'm saying you got the Roomba, you got the guy. They're gonna have the robots cleaning the rooms. They're gonna have them doing all that. So again, where are the human beings going to go if the machines, they're gonna go into the mines, they can dig the stuff up.
They gonna go to hell. This is what I'm saying. The thing is this. Think about what slavery actually was. It was the piracy of a person's skills, right? You had to be skilled, because there were slaves that didn't have any skills and they were to the lowest bidder. There wasn't a lot of damn slave owners, for one. So when you had blacksmiths, you had people that were real, great sharecroppers that were slaves. It wasn't like they were slaves where somebody was just walking behind them and slapping the shit out of them with a goddamn leather whip. That wasn't what it was about. It was about piracy of someone's skills. So at the end of the day, that was one of the things that this is what we have right now. We have skills. I don't care about any other, the currency is our skills, what it is that we can do, right? So if you have a bunch of humans on this earth that are useless because you have this thing called artificial intelligence, then those people will not be living, period, because they'll be useless eaters. And that's basically what it's going down to. This is why it all makes sense now when you look at what's happening right now. Look at what they have. They're dumbing down the human beings. The ones that are the outthinkers, the ones that are thinking outside of the box are the ones that are the what they call us. We're
the intelligentsia, so to speak.
Right, we're the toxic masculinity, and when you look at people that think outside, we are everything outside of, you know, it's kind of like when you look at people that don't want to succumb to what the world or what the people in the world that are the ones that's running the world, what they're trying to do, and we're not the ones that's doing it. We're the bad people. It's kind of like when you look, I look at it, all of us as a Kanye. All of us are Kanye West that's not thinking like everybody else. When we not doing the hustle with everybody else, we are Kanye West. Motherfuckers look at us like we the crazy ones. That's what this is what is coming to right now.
But you know what, JT? If you want to watch something scary, guys, I recommend that you go watch any Elon Musk interview. That's over an hour. When they allow him to speak, Elon Musk said in the next 8 years, his Teslas will be able to diagnose themselves. If they have any problems, you will be able to, your Tesla will be able to drop you off at work and go to a manless, humanless repair shop and drive itself and drive. It's going to be able to drive itself in there, and it's already going to know it. And when you get there, it's going to be a robot that plugs itself into the car. And them bitches gonna be able to lift the fucking battery out, replace the battery, zip that motherfucker back up, and send it back to your job.
So Elon Musk to me is Adolf Hitler, right? Bill Gates to me is an Adolf Hitler. The reason why I say
wait a minute, why?
Wait a minute.
Because Adolf Hitler was a brilliant man. He was very brilliant, man. His whole thing, when you talk about propaganda, he was a master of propaganda. When you look at the things that Adolf Hitler did, there were some great things. They just wasn't great for us. That man was a mastermind of a lot of things. That's the same thing that's going on with Bill Gates. That's the same thing that's going on with Elon Musk. All of these guys, there's no fucking way that you can have these guys that's sitting here and we see how dangerous they are because they can out.
In defense of the people who made Elon Musk great, I must push back because Adolf Hitler was not a genius. It was those German scientists that were the geniuses. You know what I'm saying? Elon Musk ain't the smartest person.
All right,
he ain't the smartest person. It's those people who hire him. Now, here's the thing: you can come up with all the grand ideas, but if you don't have the brain trust in place to put those things in place, then all you're doing is taking credit for it.
So
Just like Tim Cook over here at Apple. Tim Cook ain't made not narrow computers.
Listen what I'm saying. What you just said, if you actually study who Adolf Hitler was, he was a philosopher. There's again, everybody be watching Netflix,
he was
right?
A salesman. I understand that.
Watch this.
As a salesman, I know a salesman when I see one.
But watch this. Do you understand what World War II was about?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand who was the masterminds of World War II?
Mm-hmm.
I understand who got caught in the bunker and killed himself like a bitch.
No, but listen to what I'm saying.
I know that.
Listen to what I'm saying. When you look at what Adolf Hitler did, Martin Luther King as a motivational speaker had nothing on Adolf Hitler, bro. Adolf Hitler had motivated the world to fight one another. Motivated. All you gotta do is just look at a couple of his motherfucking
but you know what his
he got his philosophy. He actually got his
One
philosophy
second.
Let me stop you. Please, brother. Please, just take a little bit of my guidance here. Let's get off this Adolf Hitler shit. All I'm just trying to say is I hear what you're saying, and I know what you're trying to parse, okay? But there's no parsing of this fucking guy, all right? There is just none, right? You can't parse it, no matter how you try. Don't parse it. I hear
don't
your
have
point.
to try anything. He's dead now. I'm just telling you from what I know.
Okay, I try.
Hang on. Let me solve this really fast for everybody. during the 2000s, when change the millennia, they voted who was the smartest person, and you can look this up. You don't believe me? And Hitler or whatever his fucking name is came to be the number one because he might have did the ideas, but he was smart. He knew how to sell dog shit to anybody.
He was a salesman.
He was smart.
Telling you,
he was smart. I'm not going to deny that. You can't deny he was smart. He was a fucking masochist. He was a fucking piece of shit person.
Yeah, he was a shit brain, but not a shit brain, but the motherfucker was bullshit. He was definitely bullshit. I'm not grandizing him. I'm telling you right now that the man was a wicked, brilliant man.
One thing I will say, if you look at one of the quotes Einstein said was, if you want to become something, you imagine that. You're obsessed with that. And this is why to do what we do is you gotta be look fucked up crazy to get on camera and say what we say.
You gotta be fucking a narcissist, a real narcissist. And that motherfucking man was a fucking narcissist. So he taught everybody else how to be narcissists.
So let me say this real quick.
In a nutshell, to get off the Hitler bullshit, at the end of the day, Hitler was a little weasel. The reason why he did what he did is because he really wanted to be an artist. You know his history. He wanted to be an artist. It happened that most of the Jewish population, or the Jewish population where he grew up,
he is Jewish.
They were kind of, that's another rumor. He kind of like had self-hate. We got a lot of black folks that have self-hate, right? A lot of people. So he had self-hate because the Jewish community kind of had the creative arts locked up. And they didn't approve of the stuff that he was doing. He kind of was a failure in that area. And as a result of that, he got himself into the military. And people have forgotten this. Hitler was sort of a weasel in the military. Only reason why he came to power when they created that party is because he was able to do what? What do we see people doing today? You blame another group for all the problems, right? He used propaganda. He got people. He was able to, just like the same shit that Trump does, the same shit that politicians, everybody does. You talk to a certain group of people who feel a certain way about what you believe in, and you speak to what you put those dog whistles out there, and voila. So Hitler wasn't a brilliant dude. He was I work in mental health. He was a psychopath who manipulated people, because that's what psychopaths do. And he tried to genocide the world. That's not a brilliant person. That's a sick individual. I don't care what his IQ was. Because psychopaths have high IQs and they manipulate and they have no empathy and sympathy. That's what he was. That's all I was saying. Now we can move on to something else now. Shit.
Yeah.
We can move on.
This is my thing. We were talking about us, and we were talking about these other shit brains that I was saying. That was the only point that I was getting.
Right. I hear you, brother.
Not to the point where we looking at this guy as being somebody that was grandized. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
Right. And that's all I was just saying. That was
it. I want to say before we move on. So one of the things that another thing I want to name too, the second one is, then we move on. Elon Musk said, imagine, and he's a salesman too, but he's that motherfucker's brilliant. He said, imagine driving your Tesla and you're going home for the holidays and you're driving 16 hours and you have on your watch, your Tesla watch, and it's monitoring your heart rate and it's monitoring your body. And you decide all of a sudden your body can't take any more driving and you fall asleep at the wheel. Your Tesla will already know by monitoring your vital signs. The seat will lay you back. The GPS in the Tesla will drive you to your fucking place. So imagine if you wake up. Imagine if you fucking wake up and you scratch and you already in your mama's driveway and you fell asleep 3 hours ago.
Fuck that! I would take my Chevrolet. Fuck what he's talking about. Listen. This is my thing. We have survived all these fucking years as humans doing what the fuck we doing. At the end of the day, if I gotta depend on every fucking thing to let me do what the fuck I supposed to do. Then we're gonna have goddamn some bullshit where we can go to the beach and we're gonna have somebody to swim for us. Fuck all that shit.
Hey, it's coming though. Hey,
JT,
like
you
that.
having a
JT, it's
you having
coming
a
though,
boomer
JT.
rant, man.
Yeah.
It's coming though,
But it's
JT.
having,
You having a boomer rant.
but now the dovetail off this point though. The dovetail off this point though. Again, I think with all this tech, and again, I keep going back to the theme of the show. I think the fact that we look at human beings as assets.
Yes.
If it's an asset, it can be replaced.
That's right.
And people are only looking at assets. They're only looking at it from the bottom line, but no one's looking at humanity. What is our purpose? What is the at the end of the day, where is humanity going? Because again, those jobs, go back to the day when in especially Detroit, the auto industry, when it was booming, middle class grew up. That's what grew the middle class. After World War II, all those guys went into the factories. They built the country. They built the interstate highways. That is what grew the country to a large extent. And now all this stuff is being taken away. It started in the late 70s and 80s when a lot of the jobs started being shipped overseas. And now you got a lot of people who are aimless. So again, if humanity keeps going in this direction where everything is going to be done for you, what is then going to be the purpose for people?
Yes, absolutely. That's my whole thing. Fuck
I'd
Elon
like to
Musk.
answer that
I
question.
don't give a damn. He can
I want to get let's answer because I would like to go after him because I got
as someone who has been in several industries that have changed due to technology. I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. People are just going to retool and do something else. I will give you an example. Okay. JT, remember we was talking about those Tesla cars. I don't know if y'all watched the movie Before We Leave Earth or whatever they call that movie. And all them Teslas was piled up on top of each other. I'm going to spoil the movie for you. Well, imagine this. Okay. Imagine having semi-trucks all in a line using GPS and proximity to get behind each other and having their own lane. And nobody rides in that lane but just them. They can drive as fast as they want. It's just like a train, but they can slide in and slide out depending upon what city they go to. They're already working on that right now. As long as you got some type of satellite connection, as long as you got some type of satellite connection or whatever, that's going to take truck drivers out of being in accidents. It's going to make the road a whole lot safer. Okay. So what they're going to do is they're going to take those people. They're going to just retrain them to do something else. They may be the ones who actually go in and do the maintenance on the vehicles. They may retool those people to redo the highways. They may retool these people to come up with high-speed rail from city to city. You see what I'm saying? These people always have jobs. It'll just change up. They are actually still working on a corridor from New York all the way to New Orleans called the Crescent. And that is a high-speed rail. The only thing they're stopping up, holding them up, is them folks in Mississippi. I don't know what it is about them folks down in Mississippi, but they're holding up progress. Everybody else has signed off on it. Charlotte has signed off on it. Virginia has signed off on it. Atlanta, Birmingham, New Orleans. But for some reason, Mississippi holding us up. Once they get that going,
want the train to go
they're going to retool.
Yeah,
they're going to retool. Listen, I'm going to tell you what's going to happen. They're going to retool all those people who have jobs. They're going to put them on that rail. And what's going to happen is people are going to shift from all these major cities where the income is greater in these smaller cities and they get more house for their buck. So imagine getting up in the morning in Birmingham where your house note is not that much, but you going all the way to New York to do your job where you get paid way more money. That's going to cause a whole different economic shift for all of that money to come back to places like Birmingham, Mississippi. That's going to raise the level of money for a lot of people. Then what's going to happen is those people are going to spend that money on housing. And then once they spend that money on housing, they're going to have something to put all this stuff. And they're going to have kids and it's going to grow the industry. So all I'm saying is it's going to shift from one section to the next. So all we just have to wind up doing is retool.
I have my hand up. I mean, let's real quick.
Go ahead, Bob Payne. I'll go after you.
Real quick. I'm going to be quick. There's two things. One, we can't be afraid of technology because technology and our innovation is God-given. There's nothing new under the sun, and necessity is motherhood of invention. everything that's going on now. Well, let me just finish. Everything that's going on now, it's not. We don't create anything. We take what's there, and we manipulate it into the things that we need to move forward. We can't. The only problem that I would not argue, what I would agree with, is that the ethics has to keep up with the technology, and that's the key. But the technology and the advancement is God-given. This earth hasn't created new minerals, new nothing. But everything we need, we were able to take what's here, manipulate it, and move forward. To me, that's God-given, right? Because of innovation and all that. How we use it, though, is questionable because we're men and women. So we could question that. But we can't really question the technology from the standpoint that we can innovate from the elements that's already here. That's God-given. I don't give a shit what nobody says. So when they said nothing new under the sun, none of those elements are new. The way they put them together is because of the innovation and necessity of mankind. And the ethics of it, we can have a debate. But everything else, so that's where we are. It's on the ethics part that's the biggest thing, because we're not going to stop innovating based on the necessity of mankind.
Lost in translation is correct. Here you go, Mr. B. I swear to God, I'm gonna say this 10 seconds. Lost in translation is right. Through Dallas right now, they're working on it. By the end of 2024, it'll be ready. You'll be able to travel from Dallas, Texas to Houston, Texas in 45 minutes on a fucking train. So that means I can get a job in Houston and be in Houston every fucking day which it'll take me 4.5 hours to get there in the car. I can get there in 45 minutes, do my job, get back on the train, and be back at home before my kids go to bed.
Yeah. So in other words, BMU, I can come get on this train, get to your house, and do this show live from your house.
Exactly.
Now,
go your ass. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
Now, my only thing is, Loss, I hear what you're saying, but my only thing is, I've heard that for years. And JT might be able to speak to this more than anybody. Again, what happened to Detroit? The auto industry, when they got the robots in there, they started building cars. It was the same sales pitch. You're going to be retrained to do other jobs or whatnot. But again, those jobs didn't come back. In those communities, people had to move away from those communities because of that. So again, what you're saying, it sounds like that's why I expect the CEOs of the companies to say, it's like, yeah, your life's going to be better. You're going to be retrained for the tools. But a lot of times that stuff doesn't happen. Those jobs that left, they never came back. So and now, like I said, with the AI at the path that is growing, you're going to have so many people displaced in the workplace, especially in the retail sector, that where are those people going to go?
I'll help you out with that, Mr. Bennett.
Retraining, I've heard that. I know people work at.
I'm going to help you out with that. What happens is that, say, for instance, those people in Detroit have a skill set where they put cars together. Do you know that there are now places that actually develop modular homes? Those people are actually able to leverage those skills from making cars to making modular homes now. And then they set those up on site. So they may not be building cars anymore, but they may be building houses. They may be building other things. But those jobs may go over, but the money ain't going nowhere. It's just moving somewhere else. You know what I'm saying? They say energy is never created nor destroyed. But it's only replaced and moved around. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, I've
heard the argument, but I'm saying,
telling you, reality, I've actually trained people to move from one industry to the next. I know what I'm talking about. I know what I'm talking about. AI is my specialty. Science is my specialty. I've been doing this for years. Banking, marketing, all of that stuff. I know what they're doing. They call it transformative growth. I've seen it. I've had to retrain and retool people all the time. Technology will reduce the number of people that do a job, but at the same time, those people still going to have to be done work somewhere else, and we just have to re-educate them.
Yeah, if that wasn't true, we would still be using vinyl records. If that wasn't true, we would still be using vinyl records.
So what's up, Trey? What's up, Trey? Hey, listen, I got a question for Loss real quick. Then Trey, get your question ready. What your comments ready? Now, what do you do with a person that's been working at GM building cars for, say, 40 years, and they know they've been building cars for 40 years, and they say, you know what, the robot's taking over the plant. We got to retrain you. And that person's just turned 62, 63 years old. Like, what do you do in that situation?
It depends on whether they continue to want to be productive. Some people will just go ahead and retire and that be it. You know what I'm saying? But some people, they're lifelong learners. They might want to do something else. They can probably leverage that experience and teach other guys in other industries. You see what I'm saying? So like I said, you can go from building cars to building modular homes or designing homes. You see what I'm saying? Those are some of the things that we take for granted, that the human mind is flexible. We're built to change. We're built to adapt to the environment and to manipulate the environment as we so fit. Also, you can think about when we had our older grandparents, when they retired, they didn't stop working. They went to build decks. You know what I'm saying? They grew gardens. They help other people do other things. You see what I'm saying? So there's always something for us to do all the time. It's just up to you whether or not you want to do it or not.
And you know what? It just happened to me, not on a large scale, but at my job, they just introduced ACH. ACH has taken over the people who physically deal with the checks now. They fired all of them.
Everybody, yep.
Everybody.
Oh, I'm glad you said that.
They cleared
everybody
the fuck up out of there. I said, Lord, thank you. I still got my goddamn job. They cleared everybody out of that book.
Listen, let me tell you something. This is exactly what happened. I used to work for the bank, and I used to work in this department called data processing. Basically, what we did was we processed checks manually by hand. We had this thing called a 3890 IBM sorter. We would take big old handfuls. Hey, we had, you know what? I know what I'm talking about then. You know what I'm saying? We'll take them 3890s and we take them and put them in them checks and put the checks in the hopper. And the machine would read the MICR, the magnetic ink character recognition on the bottom of the checks.
Yes, sir.
And it would sort those out, and you would send certain checks to the Fed, certain checks to local banks or whatever to go through the ACH warehouse.
Yes,
okay. What I noticed my last maybe about 4 or 5 years there, I noticed that the volume of checks had decreased because the increase of what's known as the debit card. So once the debit card came online and people stopped using checks, they was like, okay, we don't need y'all to film checks anymore, you know, for microfiche and microfilm. We're going to slide y'all over to research, and you'll pull that. And once research went away, they moved those people to bookkeeping. They moved those people to ACH. They moved those people to subpoena. As long as those people had a particular job at the bank will find somewhere for you to do your job. You see what I'm saying? And then once I saw that, I need to find me another industry that's not going to go away. See what I'm saying? So you move from one industry, from banking to, I went to sales, and I was like, no, sales ain't it, man. When the minute that thing hit the economy crash, man, I said, I can't sell no more cars and jewelry no more. So I had to move on from that. So you go from banking to insurance, places where people need to pay money that you can, that's exactly where you need to be. And also they have other places as well too. You can retool right now. I'm actually working on doing artificial intelligence now and also working on coding. That's going to be my next evolution. You see what I'm saying? So I'm not going to stop, because as more as technology goes on, we're going to need more and more people to recode, because more and more people are going to be using apps. And I don't know about y'all, but the next generation is not going to be afraid of technology.
Nope.
They're going to embrace it. And I'd rather be on the front end than the back end. I can tell you from coming up in the 90s, when the .com boom panned out, I saw what those people were doing for the next generation when they were building the internet. So now we have the internet. Now we have the internet superhighway. Now we have artificial intelligence, which actually connects everything in lightning speed. So what happens is when you get computers that are just as fast and nimble that can handle the capacity of the internet, that's what's actually going to transform stuff like we talked about earlier about 5G being able to relay that information to those trucks. That's going to be able to monitor the distance between other trucks so they can get in between each other and they won't have any accidents. Everybody stays in the same lane, that everybody monitors each other's stuff, and they just get behind each other, and that's it. You don't have to drive. You don't have to have a driver, none of that stuff. And it goes from place to place. Say, for instance, I got a few trucks that needs to go through Charlotte, but they got to make a stop in Atlanta. It'll just break that train. The other car pop off. They'll move back up into place, and you keep pushing. So those are some of the things we have to look forward to in the future. But my thing is this: we always have to be able to look forward and be able to imagine things in the future and stop worrying about what has happened and start embracing what we can create for ourselves and get into first mover position. I love talking about that. That's where you get patents and all this other stuff. That's why I always tell people, be the inventors, be the people who come up with this stuff. Use your information and your technology to your advantage. And then that way you could be on the front end instead of the back end. So when somebody tries to use your patent, you don't even have to do the work. You just have to pay them. They have to pay you. That's how that works. They're paying you rent for your intellectual property. So my thing is this: make sure that you get on the front end and not the back end.
Los, can I ask you a question? Because you said you did banking, right? You said you did banking, right, Los?
So what?
He did
banking at one time, right?
I'm doing banking now.
I work in bank.
So he got.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question then, because I want to see you guys' opinions.
Oh, okay.
One of your opinion, do you think the dollars, the money, the physical money is dead and credit and debit is a new way of life?
I'm gonna let you in a little secret. We have never had real money, bro.
Real money. Ever.
It's all digital, bro. It's been digital. It's been digital since we had tape. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I agree. I had this discussion with somebody today.
Since the Fort Knox, what was that, 1924?
60, something like that.
Something like that. Like when because we used to value our dollar based on our gold in Fort Knox, and then once we got off of that, then it.
It's always been digital, bro.
Ain't shit in Fort Knox.
Yeah, James Bond was the last time we saw gold in Fort Knox.
Right.
Was that real gold, first of all?
No.
Okay.
Let me tell you, we stopped having money after that Jekyll Island incident. If you know, you know.
I haven't carried cash
know.
on me since I was a kid, since I had owned up my first bank account. The reason I'm asking this question to you guys because I had a discussion with a young man today at my job saying, well, cash is always going to be a thing. How the hell am I going to buy drugs? That's the first thing he said to me.
Bitcoin.
But you know,
that's a good follow-up question then, Lost. Then Lost, just to follow up on what Grumman's saying, what do you think of the digital currencies, Bitcoin and
our money has always been digital.
I get it, but I'm saying, but this in particular, this medium in particular, do you think it's going to have staying power, or is it?
Yes.
Yeah,
I think
I'm going to tell you why.
Yes, and people need to go and listen to Ray De Niro. Not that he's the only expert, but he can give you insight if you're completely clueless to point you in the direction where you can learn on your own.
The reason why.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. The reason why Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies will be around for a while because it's finite. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we can inflate Bitcoin. You know what I'm saying? Our dollar is taking a beating right now. Now you get on the news, they'll tell you, well, inflation is down. No, it ain't. Because every time I look up, my DoorDash bill get higher and higher. You know what I'm saying? So
how many years have China been trying to take down the value, like to not the value of the dollar because it's already valueless, but how many years has it been since China has been trying to just evaporate the US dollar? They've been trying to.
I'm gonna tell you what that is. They're not evaporating the US dollar. They're devaluing their currency so they can get leverage when it comes to trade. It's a totally different thing.
But it was a thing that they did where they devalue their currency in order to get the dollar to be evaporated. That's what I was saying.
They can't get rid of the dollar. Now I will tell you this. This BRICS thing, that's a real thing, bro. And that's what's really got me nervous because that BRICS thing is actually going to be backed by real gold. And you know how I know it's real? It's because China is probably them and Russia are probably the largest purchasers of gold. What do you think they're getting that gold from? They're getting it from Africa. But Africa said, you know what? Normally we would actually take our ore and we'll send it to Great Britain and let them refine it. What they were doing is they were skimming some off the top and then telling Africa, hey, this is what we got. Africa's got smart and said, don't worry about it. We'll refine our own gold. And we'll make sure we count it and it adds up to what we really gave you. And we don't want to have to do business with you no more. You see what I'm saying? So they start doing business with China and Russia. And that's the reason why Brazil and India and all the rest of these guys want to do business because their assets are going to be backed by real gold, which you cannot deflate.
My problem is that Africans, I hate to say this about the brothers, they just went from one exploiter to another.
You think so?
Okay, let me ask you this, Lost. So do y'all, you say you still in banking right now, Lost?
I agree with that.
No, but I did 20 years in banking. I'm done, but I still keep up with it though.
Right. Well, I'm actually live in it right now. And so I think our AI is fucking each other. Let me tell you what I mean by that.
With this or without?
What and I so
What you doing,
right.
man?
So I'm right. So I'm a manager. I'm the manager of dealer. One of the managers of dealer operations.
Okay.
And what happens is we'll get the ACH in for the customer who has had a wreck, total loss, or their car has been repoed or whatever. They're canceling their products. So which would be warranty, gap insurance, so on and so forth. When they cancel that, it automatically goes to the AI. AI go ahead and send the fucking check out to the customer. Well, that AI sending the money to the customer in the form of a check. And they ship the check out to the customer, FedEx. But then on our end, on Bank Tech, I don't know if you ever heard of Bank Tech. Bank Tech sends a fucking check to the customer too. So now the customer has two checks we can't retrieve. So if the check is $1,500 fucking dollars, and they immediately send it out without sending us the alert, we looking and saying, shit, ain't no alert in this system. We send out another $1,500. I get my department to send out another $1,500. Once they get there, the customer got $3,000, and you can't ask for the fucking money back. They winning.
That's because the system is taking advantage of ACH float.
Exactly. That's why you took it right out my mouth. So
thank you. I know what I'm talking about now.
This is the situation that we're dealing with, where these customers are smiling like motherfucking chess cats because they're getting double the money, $1,500 plus $3,000. Some people getting $6,000. They talking about we had a meeting the other day. I was in a manager's meeting the other day. Talking about we've lost $2.3 million in the last 4 months behind this. Well, y'all need to fix this shit.
Wow. I'm gonna tell you how to fix it, Black man.
Fix this shit.
This is how you fix it. Send them half the check that they're supposed to get. So when they get two, they get what they're supposed to get. Make it a two-part situation.
It should, yes, that's what they should do. But then that's what they get for using third-party entities as well. When you use
because they take advantage of the float.
Exactly.
Let me ask you guys both a question.
You got to let those numbers tie out to your audits, though. If you're gonna have it, then when the audits come, you have to justify, well, why is it half, especially on the statements and whatnot. So
yeah, you're right.
I'm not saying it can't be done, but you got to make sure that lines up.
Your debits and credits got to be in order.
Yeah,
that's right.
When your ass get audited, you fucked. All right, go ahead, my bad. Go ahead,
Trey.
Let
me ask you guys a question. Okay, so we know we're in so much debt with China. Let's say they come knocking, asking for their money one day. What do you think will happen with us?
They're gonna empty your bank account
and send them back over there.
Say again.
Yeah, they're so incestuous. They really can't move the way you think they can.
Kick their ass and send them back.
They're not gonna want our money anyway.
Hell no. Oh no.
We want gold. We want oil.
Oh, he go guy. No.
Let me tell you, that's the whole point. These people want physical.
Niggas.
See, here's what I don't understand. We still have the same problem every so often, every 6 months or whatever. We shut down the government because we're running out of fucking funds again. Why don't you figure the fucking problem and stop running on goddamn fucking funds?
It's not designed to be figured out. It's not designed to be figured
No
out, bro.
shit.
It's designed for us to stay in debt.
Go ahead, Trey. I'm sorry, Trey. We let you. You've been waiting. Go ahead, my brother. I'm sorry.
Again, fellas, thank y'all. I appreciate being up here with y'all. Shout out to my bald head crew. We gonna always hold it down. Now, I'm just gonna stay on the topic of the AI. AI is tricky right now because think about it. AI wasn't even really a thing 5 years ago. It just really taken over because a lot of the younger entrepreneurial population, they're not going back into these jobs that we feel for 25 years. A lot of these younger brothers, they're not learning. Okay, STEM is the way to go, but they promote the liberal arts in the schools. In the public schools, you're going to get liberal arts. You ain't getting too much STEM. It might be one school out of 50 that do STEM, but they only going to get so many people in. All schools should be STEM. That's the age of the new world. You got to go STEM first.
It should.
These kids can't add, they can't subtract, they can't multiply, divide, they can't do nothing. They can't do nothing with numbers, telling time and nothing. They barely read. Coding is another big thing going into the future. The problem is, and I'm gonna focus on the big nose people and the big nose people. We need more of our younger generation to start going into those fields early. They shy away from those type of skilled sets, and it should be 4 or 5 young guys under Mr. Bennett, under BMU, under Lost in Translation, under JT, Information Man, our pain, grooming and reviews, trying to get those skills going forward. We're aging out. It's a big gap between the younger generation trying to fill these positions,
right,
and those being taken over. This is why AI has opportunity to come into those spaces where people were before, because a lot of people are not trying to do it going forward because everybody's thinking entrepreneur. But if you look at a lot of Black people, most of their entrepreneurship is not coming from inventing and creating, it's from talking. That only works so far. You can't talk your way out of the neighborhood when you're trying to go to a next level or worldwide scale. You have to be able to, especially the younger generation. If you're over 45, 50, you starting to age out. So you got your career, you're going to retire from your career. It's going to be beautiful. But for the younger 20, 21, just now getting out into the exposed workforce, you can't work in a factory after 25, 26. I used to have so many young adults, male and female, coming in and saying, man, I need another career. Why? Where you work? I work at Amazon. I work here. What's wrong, man? I can't keep lifting up big ass boxes all my life. I can't do it, man. You 25, man. I ain't built for it. And so it goes back to what Brother Ben was saying earlier. A lot of what happened to the big show, the young dudes? What happened to you showing your masculine energy against your age group, your peers? And you understood peers really tough, especially in high school. Like, man, I'm the best freshman. I'm the best sophomore. I'm the best junior. Those days are gone because there's no separation during that prime time. During that prime.
You know what? You know what? I want to say something to you directly. You know what the biggest mistake that we've ever made when we stopped bullying? I think bullies created some of the best motherfucking people on the planet. And let me tell you why. Back in the day, if you were a little soft ass fucking boy and you got your ass beat up every day, your daddy came to you and say, listen, if you don't whoop his ass, I'm gonna whoop your ass.
Did you hear what I said?
You're goddamn right. And a lot of the young boys got confident, went to school and tore ass up. And I think that when bullies went away, now look at all these boys now. I dropped my daughter and my son off at my twins off at the school for a homecoming dance. Well, I said, I'm going to stick around and chaperone this damn thing, right? They're 13, so I'm going to stick around. I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to look from afar. And back in the day, if you were a young man and you were being feminine, you going to get your ass whooped. You're not going to be feminine around us. You get your ass together, right? But at this little dance, little boy had on a little tuxedo or whatever, looking clean. A particular song came on. I think it was Sexy Red. Yeah, it was. And I'm like, why are they playing this shit at a middle school fucking? That's neither here nor there. I already addressed that. So the little boy runs out on the damn thing and he put his hand around his head and took his jacket, unbuttoned his jacket, got on the floor and started twerking on the floor. I said, what kind of fuckery is this? Ain't nobody gonna say nothing to this little boy that's on the floor twerking like a fucking girl, like a goddamn woman? No, ain't nobody gonna say nothing. And, dude, it makes me sick that back in the day, a coach would slap the shit out of you, or your peers would beat the shit out of you over some duck. But it's just like it's in the water. That's why I drink
those
Sprite.
days are over. Black Men Unfiltered. Because if you were to raise kids that way, or if I remember when I was coming up, you got spanked by your mom, your dad, the old men around the corner playing checkers. Even the we called them bums back then. Even the bums would tell you, what the hell are you doing not in school today? You gonna be a bum like me. What the hell you not doing in school? The bum would tell on you. The guy at the corner store would tell on you. Your coach could put hands. No, I'm just serious. The coach could put hands on you. I remember when I was playing basketball at the boys club, I was playing like a little junior basketball, and we didn't play particularly well. And the coach was like, if y'all think y'all getting some motherfucking pizza and some goddamn, y'all ain't getting shit. This is not how we gonna, I'm serious. This is not how we gonna play. And by today's standards, you have a lot of kids crying, oh, mommy, daddy. But back in at that time when I was a kid, that was the norm. You got tough love, and the coach and black coaches would just tell you like it is. Y'all playing like shit. Nobody getting no damn. Yeah, it was no participation trophies.
No,
you had to earn everything. No, so that generation, we're the leftovers of that generation, and I don't think it's gonna come it's going to come back the way it did then, because you got all these laws and people going to file a complaint on you, and you can't do that like that. This is my concern. When we look at the community, we have to look at it in segments. There's a segment of youth and people in our community who have blue collar skills, right? Working in factories. And we're seeing that that's becoming slowly a thing that's going to be the past. Those particular groups of people, I would say, really need to upgrade their skills. And then there are groups of people, I've seen it, that are kids that are getting into the science. They're being, my organization, we have a program called Alpha Academy. So we're already putting youth with men who are doing these things that the brother just said here, right? Mentoring them, following them through the system, matriculating them. Not every kid's going to go to college, so that we connect them with a brother who has a skilled trades type business, right? Welding, whatever it is, plumbing. We got brothers that are plumbers. So what we do is you pull your resources of brothers collectively who have these skills, and you pair them with youth who need that guidance. So these things are happening. I brought up, I'm bringing this up again. Check out Afrotech. Look into Afrotech. That's a big program in Oakland where you have young black youth in particular that are getting involved in science, and some of them are they're making good. They're gonna be making big money. All right. So there are segments where there's some positive elements that are happening, but then you got to get folks who only have the blue collar skills. We got to get them up to speed too, because they're really going to be the one in any race that's going to fall and lag behind as this technology takes over. And then, I mean, for you truck drivers out there, the day is coming soon with the experiment of the taxi cars, where they're going to have trucks running by themselves, and they may not need your ass to drive the truck to deliver the goods. It's going to be fucking robots. I mean, I'm telling you, it's coming.
So the problem becomes even greater the problem gets even greater for our community going into the future, because you're going to need to be certified in those skill sets to be able to service those machines, vehicles, and unfortunately, we're not there, and I don't think the youth mind are rotten. They're not really going to do that type of labor. They're not really, and it's going to hurt us. It's going to send a lot of young adults back into the apple orchard, back into the bean field, unfortunately. Because
I don't think so, because eventually,
lazy,
if you look at agriculture, it's been animated. It's getting more and more animated. So eventually, they're not going to need people to pick shit.
Right. So we lose even more because
right. But I just think this is my mindset, brother, because I've done this work. I just think that we need to gear our kids towards the skill trades and the sciences, 100%. The things that they need. That's going, because no matter how technology goes, you're gonna always need a goddamn plumber. You're gonna need a damn plumber. Exactly. There's certain fields that are never going to be completely without the need of a human. Certain things that you're still gonna need a damn human. So you're right. There's a segment of our community that's gonna be in bad damn shape, and it's an unfortunate circumstance.
Those lifelong welfare recipients who've aged out of the marketplace, they will suffer. Their children will suffer.
That's now, that welfare is going to be completely phased out completely. You're on your own.
So Trey, but let me Trey, while you go down that path, what Information Man is saying is for those of us who are cognizant of what's coming, that's what we need to start telling people.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's the point. Yes. We can't, we can't save the folks who ain't listening. So I hear what you're saying, because I know you have a feeling for the people that's going to get left behind. But the truth of the matter is that's not unique to us. People get left behind all the time. But for those of us who know what's coming, that's what we need to be teaching the people coming up behind us. We need to be saying, okay, listen, AI is here. I don't care whether you like it or not. We need to prepare your youth for what's coming so you can participate. And you can't make people participate if they don't want to. So, but what we can do is tell them it's coming, and this is what you have to do. That's what I'm saying. That's all we could do.
No, I totally agree that, and that's why I'm identifying that there will be a segment that is left behind. But in that same thing, that still lowers our numbers as a nation of people. It lowers our numbers. It divides our numbers.
That's not unique to us, though.
No, but when I'm talking about survival in America going into the future, I ain't talking about looking at this only 5 million of us. The other 5, I don't know. I'm talking.
That's America in general. So you're talking about in general for America.
Right, because America's also becoming more global. America's also becoming more global, and we're going to lose out globally. We're not going to be able to go, because one thing about America, what they do, every country that they've gone to war with, every country that they've gave, like they do in Ukraine, even though they're not going into those things fighting on foot, guess what? Even Saudi Arabia, guess what they do after they go in and do all of their destruction? They come right back with their highest educated scientists, engineers, go right over there and rebuild it. And guess who's still looking to trying to get an engineering job? Who's still trying to get a plumbing job? The brother, the sister, still trying to find a space. So I'm just saying for the future. Yeah.
Part of the problem in America is a country of consumers. We're not building and producing things like they did in the past. We're not industrial as we were in the past. Other countries are, for example, I keep saying, I've said this 1,000 times. I think it's a bad commentary on America that Japan has a bullet train and we don't have a bullet train. And when I was in college, they had they were trying to do they were trying to get a push for us to have a bullet train in California that would go from Northern California, San Francisco, right into LA. That would help business, commerce, the whole 9 yards. Right. But here we are in the year of 2023. And because people didn't have the foresight of the future back then at that time, we don't have a bullet train in this country. And that shows you how far behind we are. You can go to these other countries, whether it be Japan, where they've got all sorts of technology that they're introducing. And you may say the technology could change things, could be bad, but we are really behind in America. What America is strong in is that we got the damn best military. We put all our money into military, but we have failed to put our money into more infrastructure and more technology. Look at our infrastructure in this country. We got bridges falling apart. Something's fundamentally wrong about that. That's my soapbox.
Yeah, we cornered the market on ass whoopings.
But here's the thing.
Yeah, we do. We'll whoop your ass.
Said,
all right.
All right.
Here's the thing, like you said. What about our younger men? They're not, like, okay, let's just look at it. We don't have us on this panel and other. We don't have we're not equipped to train our youth that are in these schools. Now that is where it has to flip back to going back to those skills that were taught in middle school and high school. So when you came out of high school, you had a somewhat of a clear vision on which path you wanted to go. Mm-hmm. Those things are not there anymore because, again, once they allowed that whole dynamic of the late, this is probably the late 80s, when not enough of us were teaching, not of us were going into those skilled labors. Especially today, this is what I'm saying. This is my only pushback. Today, it's more important now for youth to come out of school with some wood shop, with some auto mechanics, with some upholstery. Those things are not there because, one, in the public school, without the collective bargaining, parents can't go to that school district and say, like they do in the nice neighborhoods, they go in those districts and say, this is what we want our kids to be taught as far as going into the future. And there were there are normally 300,000 homes built in America every year. From 21 to 22, they only built 170,000. They cut the stock in half. So that immediately raised the home values all across America. But also, America gave everybody $1,200, not everybody, but then they done took back 10,000 of everybody's residual income. There's not too many people have that residual income to move forward because it's all going into the funding of these two wars that we're now in. And America's youth is still not training because the black youth, we ain't enough of us going to build bridges. Ain't enough of us getting into that. We can play with a computer, but we can't go in and break it down and build it up. And that's my thing. Just trying to get everybody to tap into those minds and do it. It's going to be
Trey,
tough.
let me ask you this. Welcome, Trey, to the show. I don't want you to feel like we can recognize you immediately. But my thing is this. What's the original apprenticeship? A father and his son. You see what I'm saying? That's the original mentorship. Most times, most guys would have a son. They would teach them things, how to do electrical work, woodwork around the house. Let me say this. I didn't get a male teacher until I got to the 6th grade when I was in middle school, and we had to go to wood shop. That was Mr. Carnegie. Mr. Carnegie taught us how to measure, how to cut, why we did what we did. Man, before long, we was in a building, all kind of stuff. You know what I mean? So my thing is this, the youth don't have these programs in their schools anymore, so they're going to have to rely on dad to teach them how to do things. I learned how to do electrical work from my daddy. I learned how to do woodwork from my daddy. You know what I'm saying? So kids are going to have to start getting this information from the closest mentor, which should be their father. You see what I'm saying? So that's how I look at it. But our situation is a little different because, you know, let the women tell the dad ain't around or don't want to be around, allegedly. You know what I'm saying? I have to use the word allegedly.
Right, but
go ahead, information man.
This is the argument that's always been made, like within the manosphere on YouTube. Okay, so if women are raising the kids and feminizing our boys, if in general, if that's put out there, how are these young men to learn the lessons that you're talking about right now if there's no man in the household? We know that there's black fathers out there that want to be in the life of their kids, but let's say there's no men in the household. And then when I got on YouTube, you had a lot of guys in the manosphere saying, don't be the cleanup man. Y'all all heard that term before.
Yes.
Okay. But see, this is the foolishness of it. If you're going to complain about what women are doing to young black males and feminizing them, if that's what you think or believe, you can't have it both ways. You can't turn around and say, well, I shouldn't be the cleanup man and try to mentor or assist the community. Now, I know that we're responsible for our families, our own kids, and all those sort of things. And I know that we can't save everybody, but our youth will remain the way they are in general if there is no male intervention, if there's not a father in their life or an uncle or someone of that nature. Without male intervention, proper male intervention, the process and the cycle that we see with some of our youth will never change. So we'll still be sitting up here complaining about the same things while it will never change. And that's why if we want to change the future, it has to be through the youth. And that's why I can proudly sit up here and say that I enjoy interviewing young brothers and sisters who are doing the damn thing and they're having impact from men that are impacting their life, whether it be their fathers or someone who is saying, we're going to change your life around. And these things are happening. We just don't talk about it enough. It's not publicized enough. It's not marketed, because that's the whole show tonight. Do we underappreciate our youth? You know?
Right. Here's my thing. One of the ways that you can fix that, the guys who don't have dads in their lives, when we were coming up, if we had friends that were like that, they were like our brothers. You know what I'm saying? They would come around our dad, and you know, the other friends. My dad didn't have to be somebody else's dad. Mm-hmm. You see what I'm saying? But at the same time, if we're friends, we're like brothers. So we're gonna learn. You know, we're gonna basically share my dad. You see what I'm saying? So in essence, you don't have to be in the life of a woman who doesn't have a husband, but at the same time, you can still leverage the people that you have in your community. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Go ahead.
I got something real hot. Come on. Is there any way that we can get, not just from New Information Man, but anybody, one of those youthful guys who's in one of these programs, brother, to come up on a panel, if with the right permissions, to speak from his experience on how this benefits him, so we can share that with the audience.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I will try to get in contact with the young man that I interviewed, who is a computer engineering student. Young man, brilliant, and
That'll
let you
be some
hear
good
some of the,
stuff.
because this is a young man who also had obstacles that were in his way too.
That's some good. I think we need some of that. I think
we do
that'd be
need some of
nice.
that. Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Trey,
I
did you want to
agree.
add something? I know you just popped up.
The mentoring thing, it's an interesting conundrum. I teach a class every Monday for black boys 8 to 18 about the stock market and dividend stocks, and trying to get the black community to get away from 401ks and retirement programs and get into dividend stocks. It's what allowed me to retire at 35. But I have an issue, and I had this issue when I was in the military. It appears to me that the people who do what they're supposed to do get asked to do more. They get asked to do more. And if a man isn't mentoring and teaching his child, I don't quite understand how that falls on other men to do what he's supposed to do. I get the idea that it's for the benefit of the community, but you are essentially asking men who are being responsible, who are doing what they're supposed to be doing, to take on more responsibility because of the lack of care, the lack of responsibility, or however you want to put it, of other men. I do make one exception. If the mom is a widow, I can understand that. I have a cousin whose father died when he was 2. I can understand that. That's fine. I don't have any issues with widows. But if your daddy just wasn't around, like mine per se, I was fortunate enough to have an uncle, but he wasn't required to do any of that. It was not his job to do any of that, and I would not have been mad at him had he chose not to be in my life. He just took it upon himself. But I feel as though sometimes in this community, we sort of have a mandate for some men that you're doing the right thing. You need to do more, and I don't agree with that at all.
I don't think it's a mandate, brother, because I grew up. I think that is the manifestation of the historical history of the black community. A child is born, a father passes away. A lot of black men died in that Vietnam War, a lot of wars, so it made some black women single. We forget to talk about that part. But there are black men who are the black community, when there was really, as you say, we would say communities. It wasn't a matter of, they were being made to do something. It was the nature and the protocol of the community that the village raises the child. So when I grew up, there were men in the community that just because the community, that's the way the community was, that if you were a child out of line or something was happening, they were there to take care of you. They were there to help you. They were there to tell you, what are you doing out here at night? When that light comes on, that lamp, your butt's supposed to be in the house. I know who your mama and your daddy is. Big mama could spank you. Big daddy could spank you. That's the neighborhood I grew up in. That was the nature of most black communities. We've lost community. So it isn't about, you got to do more because you have more. It's because it's the nature of the culture, or what the culture was, or what it should be. And so when I go out and I've worked with youth, I don't look at it as it's something on my shoulder. Because see, this is the thing, Trey. When I got young men who are grown, who are adults, married, and I run into them, or they have come to me and they said, man, you changed my life. I could be in the penitentiary, because I deal with guys in the penitentiary. You've changed my life. I could be in the penitentiary right now. The fact that you took whatever time you took, man, it has, and guess what? There's a certain pride I have about knowing that just a little bit of time I spent changed that. I'm not spending my whole life with that person, but a little bit of time that I took made some change in that person. And guess what? Now he has a child. See, it's like a domino effect. He has a child, and then he instills the same values in that child, and so on and so forth. Because nothing's going to change when you just sit back and just say, well, this is the way the community is. Boom. Because see, these kids grow up, and when you get old, they'll be knocking you over your head. They'll be busting in your house. I know it because I deal with the criminal types every day. And that's why they're the way they are too, because they didn't have proper male in their life. They got the gangs took over that shit. And now they're grown in prison telling me I fucked up, Mr. Clinton. I screwed up.
So
But
information
man,
and Trey, listen, you guys are both right.
No, I'm not mad.
Because, no. But let me just say this real quick. Let me just say this real quick. Because you're both saving lives the way y'all know how. It's, you know what I'm saying? So it's room for both.
Yes, sir.
Because like you because I agree with what you said. If you could teach one, that's better for us. If you could save one, that's better for us. Or two, or three.
And some people you're not gonna save, and I understand that too.
Let me just say this. But if we could educate somebody on, just like I asked you, and we get a representative to talk about an experience of how he's been saved by the program or whatever. I think I talked to Trey about this before because he has some economic knowledge that probably should be shared on the airwaves as well. Hey, Trey, you got the floor. How do you teach somebody who's just starting out on the job, who's got a little bit of money, how to begin to invest for your future, whether it's dividend stocks or anything? Those are the kind of things that we can save across the diaspora. A guy who's saved from the ghetto and also understands how to use money, that's just powerful.
Right.
That's the kind of things that I'm saying we could do. Remember, I'm on a high today because my niece called me up and said, Uncle Rich, that's what she called me. Can you show me how you taught your daughters how to start to begin their process for saving their money now that I got my steady job?
Oh, wow.
We were on the phone for like 2.5 hours on a Zoom, me and her talking. Let me tell you, my niece is my older brother's daughter. We haven't had a conversation like this in a whole lifetime. We were on for 2.5 hours going through a list of stuff. And I said, listen, there's a lot of stuff, but I don't want you to bite off all of it. But we're going to get back together on Wednesday next week and talk a little bit more. And I've been on a high all damn day because what I set my daughters up with, I finally started to set some other folks up in my family to do the same thing. Because I wish to God somebody would have got me when I was in my 20s to do what I'm doing now.
Absolutely. But see, here's the thing. We have to recognize the power of the network. You see what I'm saying? We got to get in the practice of working together. I'll give y'all another example. When I was on the football team, my dad used to cook for us before the entire team, before a game, because we have to go out of town. You know, we got to eat or whatever. So he would wheel out this big, huge double barrel, grill and put steaks out there. Now, some of those guys, they hadn't been a while since they had a steak and, potato or whatever. So, we ate good. We're ready to go. Mom had the salad or whatever. But here's the thing, what that did, that actually built camaraderie with the rest of the guys on the team and said, hey, this is how you build a team. You see what I'm saying? Every person was looked out for. Even if you didn't start, you still was going to get a chance to eat. You see what I'm saying? That type of thing. That made everybody feel like it was a sense of community. Now, I'm still friends with some of these guys to this day. Now, say, for instance, if I had a kid who needed a job, I hit him with, hey, Leo, yeah, this me, man. Yeah, my kid need a job, man. What you got over there? Yeah, we got an opening for him. See what I'm saying? That is the type of stuff that we have to make sure that we lean on. We have to teach our kids how to network early. So it's basic, how to have basic communication, basic common courtesy when you're talking to folks. Let people get off what they got to say. Listen to what they have to say instead of just waiting to comment, actually process what these people have said. And I think that's the formation and the basis of building solid relationships. And I think that is the main ingredient that we need to look forward to, even though each one of our situation may not be ideal, but we can still learn from each other. Does that make sense?
Yeah, to me it does.
I had a couple follow-ups on this.
Go ahead, Mr. Bennett.
This stream of thought that we're talking about. First, with the last point about asking men who are doing what they're supposed to do more. Now, I've heard these stats about Black men. I know Kevin used to talk about this all the time. Like 51% of Black men are single and childless.
Right.
So it's not like the majority of our men don't have families to raise or whatever. So we're seeing like we're asking a lot though of those who do have the children, those who are involved, to get involved, but there's a whole half of the Black male community that seems to be not involved at all. Because if you're not raising your own family, then what are you doing then with your time? So that's something I don't want to leave those guys out of the conversation, because you're asking like dads need to be super dads, or you need to extend out to be a father to someone else, but most of us don't even have kids at all. So what are those guys? I'd be curious to know from those guys' perspectives, what are their priorities, and what are they doing with their time since they don't have that of their own? So that's the first thing.
Well, the majority of those guys are being rejected by women.
So,
or
but even
they
still,
saw what
okay.
happened to the
So
other ones and
I'm
said,
just saying,
the
but for
second
the
mouse gets the
task
cheese.
of
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to disrail. I didn't mean to disrail what you're saying, Mr. Bennett, because you're right. What are those guys doing? And that's a good question to ask.
Right, because it's that is a resource that because a lot of us we work about we got abilities and whatnot, so that's something to ask. I wanted to go back to
it's a good question.
Yeah. So I also wanted to ask about, we talked about the types of jobs people need to be doing. So again, there's been a lot of emphasis on trades, and I think Trey F was asking earlier about what happened to those skills and whatnot. The reality is, and I talked about this before, we're in part responsible for that because we sold the idea of going to college. So again, remember that Cosby generation, remember the conversation Cliff had with Theo about, because he just wanted to be a janitor, he wanted to be a blue collar guy or whatever, and Cliff, and they were just totally against that. So there was this perception that if you went, for example, to a Votech school, and also where we got those skills from, Votech schools, that's what they were for, where you would learn metal, wood shop, mechanic. Now they do, because I know my daughter, she was a few years ago, she was thinking about possibly going to a Votech in our county. They had computer design, graphics, they had all that stuff there. But for a lot of us, we thought there was like a perception, if you went to a Votech school, you were like one step away from prison, that you were not smart enough because you didn't want to read Shakespeare or philosophy or whatever, that you weren't smart enough to go to college. So your only step is to go to Votech, be a grease monkey, as we used to call mechanics.
Right.
So I think, especially for Gen Xers and younger baby boomers in particular, we were so high on wanting our kids to get that bachelor's or that master's degree that we gave up a lot of those jobs. And then you had the brown folks who came and took a lot of those jobs over. Right. And now we're seeing especially with AI, with all these technologies taking over whatnot, now we're starting to see the value in those trades again. Now we're trying to get back into it, but those were there the whole time, but we totally, for a generation, we ignored them, or there was a stigma that was associated with them. And now we're starting to see the value. Oh yeah, I need to learn how to do woodshop, but all that stuff was there.
Right.
Mr. Bennett,
Black
we
people
just
saw
fully
the value
we just
in
gave it up
because we thought they felt it as a way to gain wealth. It was a way out. It was
poverty.
pushed. Out of poverty. So people were saying if you get a college education, you have a better chance of being more successful in life. And I think Black people brought into that because
and like the housing crisis, is like that came a boom because again the cost of education kept going up.
Right.
So now
it
you
priced
think
people
that
out of the market.
I went to get an education, but I got 6 figures in college debt coming out.
Right, you got debt.
So again, so we got bamboozled sort of on that one also, to say, you thought you were going to improve yourself, but you just set yourself back 10 years or whatever because you got all these college loans to pay off. So I think that was something, just in retrospect, that was I think a decision. And so I like what was said earlier, that we need to, like I said, not everyone's made for college, and we got to start recognizing that. You're better off getting into these manual jobs that pay well. Again, at my house, the last year I spent, just to get a plumber or electrician over here for like a half an hour, and I'm paying $400 or $500. I'm like, what? I'm in the wrong. I'm in IT. I don't get that. I never got that hourly. So as an IT person, so I'm like, I'm in the wrong business. So I think we need to, so I think a lot of those vehicles that we talked about are there. The question for us, especially your parents, like, are you good with your kid going to intentionally enrolling your kid in a Votech high school? Because they still got to pass the same standard tests to graduate and all that kind of stuff anyway. So they're going to get the same level of education. Question is, are you going to be comfortable telling your friends and neighbors, oh, my kid's going to Somerset County VOTEC school?
You know what,
if you want your son especially to have those kind of skills.
Not if they're making a good pay and it's, and it's giving them a good life, and like you said, plumbers are making big time money.
Oh,
they laughing all the way to the bank. So I don't care. I wouldn't care what anybody think. If my kid is making big money and doing well in plumbing, shit.
But like I said, but we have what generation we have that status.
If you want these kids that are growing up to get back into trades, then we're going to have some fathers in these homes.
You're absolutely right.
According to the Center of Fathering, 57% of Black households are fatherless. So that means for every 4 households that have a father, 6 don't. Well, who's the one that's going to push the trades? It ain't the mama. They don't know shit about.
She don't know nothing about that.
Turning wrenches. They ain't doing it. So who's going to be the one to say, hey, electricians make a good living, HVAC mechanics make a good living, auto mechanics make a good living? It ain't going to be the mama. So at some point in time, where we do all this talking, and a lot of this in this space, it's the women. Men are fucking up. We're the ones that aren't doing what we're supposed to be doing in totality when it comes to these children. Now, granted, the 30% that are married and have their kids are doing what they're supposed to be doing. The 50% that don't have any kids at all, they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. And granted, there's a small percentage of Black men that are out here screwing it up for everybody. But at the end of the day, we're trying to get these young guys into this. It's never going to come from their mamas. Their mamas don't understand that concept of
right.
blue collar. They don't even want to date blue collar guys. So they sure as hell wouldn't tell their kids.
And it's showing too.
Trey, you just made my point though. If it's not going to come from the mothers, then it has to come from the men, as you say, and so forth.
No, it has to come from the fathers. You guys are trying to mandate men. You guys are talking. You guys made my point by talking about the 50%. You guys can't put stuff on men. That's crazy. Even when I decided that I didn't want to mentor for a while I was going through family court, I had people trying to guilt me into what about the kids? I have my own shit going on.
They tried to shame you, Trey, while you was going through what you was going through.
But Trey, that's your
concept. The concept is that they couldn't find they couldn't find somebody else to do it. So because I knew how to do it, we got to get you to no. That's not how that works.
Right.
I have my own things going on. You can't ask what are the 51% that don't have kids. What are they doing? They're doing what they're supposed to be doing. They're going to work every day and they're staying out the way. They're not getting in trouble.
Right.
But we need to find out what they're doing. No, we don't need to find out what they're doing.
Yeah, or you need to pay them. Or you need to pay them to do what you need to have them done.
Or pay them,
exactly. I think the men who go out here and work with youth are men who are not doing it because they've been demanded to do it. They do it because it's their spirit to do it. When you say who's going to do it, I said men, because you just said yourself that if the men are not in the household for that particular child, it's still going to take men. Now, the men that are the fathers of these kids are responsible for them, but we got to be realistic. We got men who are not in the life of their kids. And so therefore, it takes men who are organized, like 100 Black men. You can shake your head all you want, Trey. Listen to what I'm saying to you, brother. It takes men. I'm not, brother, what did I just say? No, you taking it all wrong. I said there's men. I'm just going to say this. Trey, I just agreed with what you said. There are men who are fathers of these kids.
You're saying agree.
Because you asked a question and I'm trying to answer that question.
I didn't ask
the men who are the fathers of these kids are derelict in their responsibility. We know that. That's a fact. But for the kids that are going to get those skilled trades, as you asked, it's still going to come from men or fathers that are organized in a community, organized. That's why you have organizations like 100 Black Men, Masonic organizations, because collectively, that's what it's going to take, realistically, when you know that some of those men who have kids or fathered kids are not going to go back into the life of their kids, they're going to desert them as they have. In some cases, maybe the mother drove them out and they can't get back in with their kid. There's all kind of dynamics for that. But nothing is going to change for these type of kids if nothing happens at all. The cycle will continue, and these kids will grow up and they will be a part of the criminal justice or injustice system. I know this, Trey. You can't debate me on this because I see it every day. I see the results. You can frown your face like that all you want. I see the results of the byproduct of young men. Look, I'm telling you what I know. I know you were a cop or what have you, brother. I know you were a cop, but this is the difference. This is the difference, Trey. This is the difference. This is the difference. This is the difference. I know you were a cop, but you don't dismiss my experience. Don't dismiss my experience of over 20 years of dealing with guys in the system.
Let me break it before it goes off the
I'm
rails.
seeing the results. Trey, I'm seeing the results of men as you did as a cop. What can happen, which is, you know as well as I know, the criminal justice system becomes the place for these kids who have no skills.
Let me break it.
Have no opportunity.
And how is that the responsibility of anybody that's not?
I didn't say it was a.
Let me break it.
Trey, no, guys, let me say this. Trey, when did I say, Trey? When did I say tonight? Trey, you're not hearing me. Trey, I never said tonight. Trey, I never said tonight that it was on the responsibility of just men. I never said that, Trey. I never said it's your responsibility. I said that there's groups of men who take on the responsibility because it's a calling for them. That's what I said.
Information man, Trey, let me just say this.
I never said that it's the responsibility of those men. I said there's men that take on the calling. There's men who take on the calling because it's what they want to do. That's what I said.
Information man, let me pick up on that. Let me pick up on that. Let me really pick up on that. I have a brother I worked with for 30-something years, and he's in Plainfield, New Jersey. And he built an organization to save both male and female folks. And one of the things he didn't care about was what their background was, whether the parents were involved or not. But the real issue is not, because I agree with Trey, and I it's so funny because I can agree with both the brothers because of. Don't put the burden on guys who are doing the right thing, but we're talking about true, pure volunteers who don't care about the. Let me just say this: who don't care about the motivation. I'm gonna do what I can, whether it works or not. I'm gonna do what I can because that's the kind of person I am. This brother doesn't care about the kid's background, doesn't care about the shiftless dad or the horrible mother. He just says, if there's kids who are asking for help, I'm gonna be there. And he doesn't have any children of his own. So he dedicated his life. So he built an organization of taking people, young youth out of Plainfield and mentoring them in math, science, and everything else. He's got people into college. He's got people into this, and their background doesn't matter to him. Doesn't matter that the dad is a deadbeat or the mom is a whore. He doesn't care. Right. And so I'm not saying anything about Trey or Information Man. There's a few guys like that who don't give a shit. I'm a volunteer no matter what the motive is, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
But R-Pain, that's the reason why you have organizations that black men.
Organization even there?
Yeah, I hear you, Trey. You know what? Because we have
why am I mentoring young black boys on stocks every Monday? Why am I doing that?
Because we have a deficiency.
Because
wait, hold on, Trey. But you have a certain semblance of that same thing.
Exactly.
So you're in agreement with Information Man.
No. I'm not in agreement because it is nobody's responsibility. You know whose responsibility?
I didn't say that. Why do you keep Trey? Why do you keep saying that I said that it was a responsibility? No, because he keeps putting out a narrative that's not even true what I said. So stop saying that. Stop saying that, Trey. I never said that. I never said that it's a black man's responsibility. I said there's black men who make a cut. Yeah, but you just.
You didn't say it. We got it. You didn't say it.
All right, then why do you keep saying it then, Trey? Then stop saying it.
Can I finish?
Because you putting out the wrong narrative.
I agree.
We got it. He took it back. Go ahead.
All right,
Go
John. Anyway,
hey Trey, what's wrong with you, man? You seem to have a lot of attitude tonight. I mean, we're trying to have a civil conversation, but you seem to have a lot of attitude about this particular subject matter. So it must be close to home for you or something.
Okay.
Because you said, because Trey, do you feel like people? Do you feel like Trey? Do you feel like people are making you teach those kids? Is that what's going on?
I'm gonna let you finish. Let me know when it's my turn.
No, because your whole notion is tonight is that we shouldn't make black men be the responsibility. Nobody said that tonight. But then you made the example about you teaching the kids. So did you say tonight, or am I wrong, that you feel some kind of pressure that people in your community are putting pressure on you to do something that you may not wanted to do, or that they want you to do more? Is that your individual opinion about it? Because like I said, most of the brothers that I deal with, they do it because it's what they want to do. It's a calling, not because they feel pressured. Now, you talking about working with kids. I've been in my organization for over 35 years. And I've worked with plenty of kids, all that stuff you talking about, tutoring. I've been doing that. I did that when I was 21 years old in college. Turned youth around as a 21-year-old. I'm 54 now. So I've seen personally successes. I did it not because I felt pressure or that I was made to do it. I did it because it was what I wanted to do. It was a calling for me. Still remains a calling. That's all I said tonight. And then you came in with we shouldn't make black men. I agree with that. We shouldn't. But that's not the theme that we're pushing, Trey. It's not been the theme at all, sir. That's all I'm trying to say.
Are you done? No, I am.
See, Trey, you're not listening to me. You just saying, let me wait till he finished talking. And that shows a disrespect.
Yeah, but let him go, Let him go.
It's okay. I'm going to, because I don't want to argue back and forth, but he's not really trying to hear us. He's just trying to wait for people to be quiet.
Let him go. Go ahead, Trey. Say what you was going to say, because I want to hear this. Why are you doing
it? Is that this is the subtle nonsense that these older generations like to do.
Okay, here we go with the generational stuff. Trey, I haven't said a negative thing about you because your whole premise is wrong. Nobody said that it's the responsibility of black men to take on more. They're responsible. That's not what we were saying tonight. But that's not what we said tonight, sir. But I could tell that you got a personal situation going on, and that's probably why you said that.
You don't know shit.
All right. Then Trey, guess what, brother? I don't know shit. Okay, Trey, you got so much attitude tonight, brother. Somebody must have. Did you eat some bad oatmeal this morning or something? I mean, you came in with attitude, Trey. You can't overtalk, Trey. You can't overtalk me or nothing like that, brother. You got so much attitude. No, I'm not gonna shut up. I'm gonna give you some of that.
Black baby,
there you go.
Let me know when you're done.
See something? I laugh at you. I laugh at you just like that, Trey. Now, Trey, you must got a lot of problems. Are they putting pressure on you in the black community to work with them kids? Is that why you so uptight about it tonight? I laugh at you again. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, let's let Trey get it all off his mind tonight.
So when you have idiots in a community like this is what you get. And this is why younger guys are refusing to work with you old fucks. This is the reason why we don't want to deal with y'all.
I have no problem with young guys. I get along great with young guys. I've helped a lot of young. No, I've been very hospitable tonight. I'm not cussing at you. I'm not using foul language. It's not bothering me. No, I laugh at you again. I laugh at you again. It doesn't bother me. Trey, it doesn't bother me. You're not. I laugh at you again.
If it doesn't bother you,
I laugh at you again. You're funny, Trey. I laugh at you again. I laugh at you again. Is power. I gave you some information tonight, Trey, and I laugh at you again. Information anyway, is power. Trey, now catch your breath, brother. You've been cussing at me up a storm.
Are you fucking dumb?
And so now, Trey, we're going to hear what you have to say.
No, we're not. We're not.
Okay, good, Trey, because I didn't want to hear what you had to say anyway.
Because old motherfuckers like you.
I don't know, Trey. You got a complex, Trey. You got a problem with older black men. Why? Did something happen to you?
With older idiots.
Did something happen to you when you was a kid? That an older black man let you down? That black men let you down today? I know. Cuss, Trey. Cuss. Get it all out.
You motherfuckers can
let it all come out.
Don't mute my fucking mic. Mute his fucking mic. Why
Come
would
on,
you
y'all.
mute mine?
Shame.
These motherfuckers continue to cut me off
Shame.
time after time after time. Don't mute me. Tell them to shut the fuck up for 5 seconds. The fact of the matter is that men are not responsible for other men's children. If you don't want to be a father, stop trying to put the responsibility of these mentorships on other men. If it's a calling, fine, it's a fucking calling, whatever. But the fact of the matter is the majority of men don't see it's not a calling. So what you guys like to do is to put a silent calling on men and say, oh, well, you know, what are the 51% doing? What are you guys doing? You could help out. You could do something about it. No, that's not their fucking responsibility.
I didn't say they were.
Take care
We
of
never
your
said
fucking
that.
kids.
We never said that.
Instead of you actually doing what you're supposed to be doing, which is getting on these motherfuckers who aren't being fathers, you refuse to do that. And so what you want to do is
Trey, how you know we don't do that? Trey, how you know we don't do that, Trey? How you know? Trey, let me let you know something. In our program, we have a program when we work with the. I know you don't. We have a program at our Alpha Academy where we deal with the fathers and the mothers as it relates to their sons.
And it ain't working.
Yes, it is working. It has been working because we have successfully gotten our young men who are not in prison, who are now going into school, college, and they're also getting skilled trades. Trade. That's why I always talk about skilled trades.
The black community is screwed. It's done. It's over.
Okay.
It's over. You want to know why? Because we have leaders like your dumbass.
All right, I'm a dumbass.
You can't get it. You cannot understand it.
You don't understand it, Trey. I've seen a lot of successes. I've seen some failures and I've seen successes. We're all right. We're all right. Get it all out, Trey. This is called group therapy, everybody, tonight. Let Trey get it all out. He's frustrated. I know you're frustrated. Right. All I know is you have successes and then you also have some failures, and that happens sometimes, sir.
Your work is a failure.
No, it's not. It has not been a failure.
Come on, y'all. One at a time.
It has not been a failure, sir.
It's not working, sir.
Okay.
Show me the statistics. Show me the stats.
All I know is that it has been some successes, and then you have some lows and you have some highs. That's life. You're gonna have some successes and you're gonna have some
lows. You ain't having no
lows.
fucking success.
So
loser.
that does happen. It does happen.
You're a fucking loser. It ain't working.
And it happens sometimes where you have successes and you have lows and you have ups and downs and what have you.
We gotta follow behind 54-year-old motherfuckers like you. That's why it ain't working.
I think, Trey, you have a problem with baby boomers. You have a problem with Gen Xers, and it's very personal for you. You have a very personal problem, sir. You came up here with this attitude tonight. Well, then what are you going to do about it, Trey? You was sitting complaining. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? 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 Trey, I never came up here to tell you what to do, Trey. Nobody's telling you what you should do, Trey. You said that you work. You said, I don't have a problem having a conversation with you face to face. I don't care. Check this out, Trey. Trey, check this out. I was going to say to you tonight, Trey, when you said that you teach, when you said you teach kids, I said, man, that's commendable that he does that. I have a lot of respect for you, Trey, that you are working with those kids, right? Now, I understand what you meant when you said that black men that are doing the right thing shouldn't have pressure put on them. I totally agree with that, but I wasn't trying to push that narrative tonight that black men that are doing the right thing should have pressure on them. There are simply black men out here who say, hey, I want to get involved in a community, and they make the choice of their own. And of course, there are those that are pressured, but not every black man is being pressured, Trey, that join these organizations to do something collectively. Now, you may say, well, what is the successors? They're going to be success and there's going to be failures. That's how life works. I'm not here to denigrate you, Trey. I think it's great that you work with the kids and you're doing what you're doing, brother. I have nothing but respect for you. That's why I'm not sitting up here cussing at you. And I don't feel that you should have pressure put on you. And I'm not saying, Trey, you better go join this. I'm not saying that. I never said that once tonight, Trey, to you at all. I get where you're coming from. There are black men who are not responsible for trying to save. I even said tonight, we can't save everybody. We know that, Trey. But at the same time, Trey, you are working with kids. So guess what? You doing a lot more than most dudes out here, Trey, no matter what your generation is. So however you feel about me, Trey, I got nothing but love for you, nothing but respect for you because you're doing what you're doing, brother. So I'm not going to walk away from this panel tonight having any animosity towards you. You're not going to do that to me. No, not at all. Because you're doing more than most people doing, Trey. I'm going to leave you with that, brother, whether you like me or not.
That's right.
Put your address in the back chat and let me know when you want to meet face to face. Because at the end of the day, a lot of this shit is just bullshit on these YouTube platforms. And when somebody is actually out here, like you claim to be out here, I have an issue when we want to covertly put responsibility on men to do things when they aren't doing anything wrong, especially within the black community. The fact of the matter is, you want to put some responsibility on somebody, put it on these fucking retarded ass, ignorant ass fathers who aren't in their children's lives that I got to see every Monday, who I'm trying to teach stocks to. There should not be a void.
Mm-hmm.
Arpain, what did you say? It was your family member, Arpain?
Yeah, my
niece. Who has the organization?
Mm-hmm.
This shouldn't happen in
brother.
that community.
Yeah, brother I work with.
Okay, a brother you work with. This shouldn't happen. But we have all of these communities. I went to the Boys and Girls Club growing up. Wasn't nothing but a bunch of fatherless fucking kids in there. Why? Because black men are dropping the ball. It's a small percentage, granted, but we're dropping the ball, and it's having a huge effect going forward. Millennials and Gen Z kids are fucked up because baby boomer fathers and Gen X fathers did not do what the fuck they were supposed to do. And we want to sit here and put a lot of the responsibility on the other men. That don't make no sense to me. I'm sorry. And although you're not saying it directly, it's covert. This is the shit that y'all older people do. Y'all try to slide that shit in there and be slick and act like that's not what you said. It's exactly what you're saying.
But the Trey, that's not what I'm saying. That's not what I mean.
Doubled up
Trey.
behind you and said, well, 51%. Yeah, this is the shit y'all do. No,
I don't think we're doing this on purpose,
for somebody
Trey.
else's kids. I don't date single mothers because them kids ain't my fucking kids. They not my responsibility. They're yours. And if you can't cultivate a relationship with a man that ensures the success of your lineage and your legacy, that's your fucking problem. Now, yes, do you have some men out here that are willing to help? I am that guy. I've always tried to help. Everything I've ever done since I was 19 years old, since I joined the Air Force, was to try to help people. But what I realized is that motherfuckers who try to help are the ones who get taken advantage of the most. Okay. Why? Because I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. The guys that are doing what they're supposed to be doing out here, those are the ones that get saddled with the most responsibility, and that shit ain't right.
Okay. I hear what you're saying. Very fair what you said. I get it. And guess what, Trey? You're absolutely right. There are guys that get saddled with responsibilities that they shouldn't have to take on. I'm not disagreeing with that. That's why, Trey, I make sure I take care of my shit with raising my child, right? And handling my responsibility. And when you said about people who are not, I have a big problem with dudes who don't take care of their kids. I despise guys that are like that. So we're actually a lot more on the same page than we are not alike. I just want you to know that I in no way believe that a brother like yourself should have to take on all the responsibility. I totally get where you're coming from. Okay. And yeah, you're going to have some guys who volunteer like you're doing, and they do it because it's what they want to do. And then maybe people put more pressure on them to do more when they are doing something. You make a very good point. But I don't want you to walk away thinking that we're trying to bamboozle you tonight, or I'm trying to bamboozle you and all this sort of stuff, because that was never my intention. And we see what the title of the show tonight was. It was about, do we not do enough to emphasize black male youth. And I think the census tonight is that we don't. And you're right. There are shiftless and lazy black men out there that are not doing what they're supposed to do. I get it, Trey. Believe me, I do.
There are people in this chat right now that got family members that you know are piece of shit fathers. There are people in this chat right now that got friends that they grew up with that they know are piece of shit fathers. I don't hang around them dudes. All of my friends are married and are fathers. All of them. I don't hang around them type of dudes.
Okay.
So if you are around them type of dudes and you know this dude's a piece of shit father, then I hold you just as responsible because you are enabling their behavior. At some point in time, we keep talking about community. Okay, fine then. Then let's be a fucking community. A fucking community is tough on each other. We hold everybody to a standard. And if we're going to hold each other to a standard, then let's do it. But the only standard we seem to want to hold is beating the hell out of these damn kids. That's the only standard we want to hold everybody to. Oh, well, the kids need to be. No, there are men within this community that are not doing what the hell they're supposed to be doing. They are not advancing at work. They are not getting better certifications to promote. They're not getting education. They are not getting advancing their education. They're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. In 2024, I'm done blaming women. I ain't blaming no more women. In 2024, I'm gonna start looking at y'all dudes. The fuck are y'all doing out here? What are y'all doing out here? Because I cannot tell you how many times when I was on the streets, every time I walk into these houses, I ask the same question: where's the dad? Well, he don't want to be a part. He don't want to be here. He don't want to do this. Yes. Are there some women that are vile, disgusting, and conniving? Yes. We all know that. But more often than not, it's because the father just didn't even want to be there. He wasn't there. He didn't want to be a part of it. I'm not cutting him no more breaks. The reason why this shit is fucked up is because us men, and collectively, in totality, we allowed it. We allowed it to happen. We're responsible. If we're the leaders, because everybody wants to put the leader tag on everybody. If you're a leader, then you're responsible. If you're a head coach and your team gets blown out like the San Diego Chargers just did the other night, what they do? They fired the head coach and the general manager. All the players is good. They the ones that got blown out. They fired the head coach and general manager. If you're the leader, you're responsible. And we have a leadership issue within the Black community. And I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the actual leaders who are doing what they're supposed to be doing, we're not doing a good enough job of holding the other men accountable properly.
Okay. And is that where you feel the baby boomers as well as Gen Xers have failed? No, I'm just asking an honest question. It's not to be critical of what Trey, but I'm trying to understand where you arrived to that. And because
Trey Ferg, what you call our generation, Trey Ferg?
My favorite, the crack era generation.
Who was smoking the crack?
Well, a lot of my peers, a lot of the younger, it just went for the last 25 years. A lot of your peers, a lot of your peers were killing each other. Y'all was doing the bang bang and selling the drugs. A lot of my peers were smoking.
Right.
So this is just a reciprocation of it. This is where we are in that dynamic. So you're gonna be all right.
So the generation that came before, here's the thing. I am very well aware that Generation Z and the Alpha generation will have some shit to say about millennials. It's coming. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
It's the evolution of things. That's how it works, right? But we're not gonna skip past it. A lot of these issues are because of previous men and other generations that didn't do it. And I'm saying this as the child of a baby boomer. My father would have been a baby boomer. It's a piece of shit. Plain and simple. No other way to put it. That is the absolute truth. It's a piece of shit. He didn't do what he was supposed to do as a father. I got lucky that my uncle stepped in. But it wasn't his responsibility. He was not required to do it. He did it, and I am appreciative and I'm thankful that he did it prior to his passing. But I look at other men and I go, we have a tendency to sort of pseudo like shame guys that don't want to step in. Like we have a roundabout way of sort of doing that to guys that are like, nah, that's not my responsibility. And that's unfair to them. That's not their responsibility. And I've seen it happen to men who don't want to date single moms or who don't want to be a part of organizations. We sort of treat them a certain way, and it's like that's not his responsibility. He didn't do it. He ain't got no kids. It's not his responsibility.
So I understand where you're coming from now. I see the perspective, and It makes sense. I hear where you're coming from, Trey.
So do I, but fuck that. Blaming on your uncle's a baby boomer, fucker.
You know what?
Your uncle
You
was
know
a
what,
baby
RK,
boomer.
you're right. He was a baby boomer.
All
And
right.
look what he did. He stepped in to help. Right?
Okay.
So
But
we ain't all bad.
that's to the
We
point.
ain't all
That's
bad.
to the point Information Man is making,
Yeah,
right? You
I'm
have the
only
guys
bullshit,
that
Trey.
do
I'm
want
only
to help.
bullshit.
They do want to step in and help.
Right. So
right?
I'm only bullshit,
Trey,
Trey. I'm
did
sorry,
you feel
but
that
I had
your
to say
uncle?
that. I had to protect the baby boomers.
Yeah. When
'Cause
your
I
uncle,
think, based on what y'all saying about baby boomers, I'm a fucking angel. I'm a unicorn. The way you guys are talking.
Man, I'm a unicorn.
So
Twitch,
Trey,
you're
are
a
you
fucking
saying
Satan, bro.
that your uncle
But
stepped
no,
in
but I
because
understand what
he
you're saying,
cared
Trey.
about you,
This is
right?
a good conversation. I'm
He
glad
didn't
you
feel.
guys
He didn't
wanna
feel like.
talk
He didn't
this.
feel. Yeah, I mean, this is what we should be doing.
Yeah.
So Trey, do you feel that your uncle did what he did for you because why? He loved you, right? He cared for you. But did he appear to feel like it was pressure for him, or it was just he did what he wanted to do because he loved you as his nephew?
I don't know. I wasn't old enough to ask him those questions. He died when I was 17. But
okay, I'm sorry about that.
But I truly believe, looking back on it, he did it because he didn't have a son. He had 3 daughters before he finally had his son.
Oh, okay.
So I think there was a part of him that always wanted a son, and because he didn't have a son, and there was a void in my life, the stars lined up. It was just the perfect.
Shit makes sense.
It was the
That
perfect
makes a lot
marriage,
of
right?
sense. That
Right.
makes a lot
So
of sense.
I needed a male figure. He wanted a son. It just worked out.
That's the story of a
And
lot
he
of
loved
people in
you
our
like
community.
a son. He loved you like a son. He loved you like a son. That's what he did. He loved you like a son. That's why he did it.
You know what? Let me ask y'all a question, fellas. Let me ask y'all a question. Whenever women have kids, for some strange reason, they always seem to rally around each other and babysit each other's kids and girl power and all this other stuff. Why is it that guys don't do that?
That's
Why
a
don't
very
guys
good question.
support each other and lean on each other when they're in the exact same situation? What is the difference? How come we don't do that?
Is it because women are in according to what they say, that women have more of a nurturing factor to them? So maybe they come together like that when it comes to the kids because of the nurturing instinct?
You know, I would argue against that because I think that men are probably better nurturers than women because they actually have the ability to govern their emotions and have the ability to stay fast on the mission at hand, regardless of how they feel. Think about it, man. You know what kind of patience it takes for a man to grow a garden, to go in there and pick them weeds up, to get up early in the morning to feed the chickens and all this other stuff, or to get up and go to work and punch that clock and push out all kind of iron or whatever it is that they do, and then turn right back around. And then on top of that, while they're at work, they're training other men. You see what I'm saying? This is something that they do. But my thing is this: how come when we leave work, we leave work, we forget how to support each other and say, hey man, I got you, you know what I'm saying? Why don't we do that? The women, for some strange reason, they relish in community and they help each other. They babysit each other's kids, they feed each other's kids. But for some strange reason, when men don't support each other like that, that's my main question. Why is it that we don't do that?
Have we been taught that?
Oh, we've been taught it because we do it at work.
I don't think that we support each other in that way. I think we do support each other, but it's just done in a different way. Women are more communal, right? Whenever you see women together.
JT, let me ask you this. You said women are more communal. Well, what about guys who play sports? It don't get no more communal than that because you're relying on another guy to do his job to help the benefit of the team. You see what I'm saying? So if that's the question, then men would probably be better teammates.
Now, hold on. Let me explain.
Very good point.
We hold each other to accountability. Women don't. They don't. We hold each other to accountability. If your job is your job, that's what we expect for you to do. And what happens is that there's consequences with us. When we deal with each other, there's consequences. That's why we know we have to figure it out when we talking. Just like I had to see how it was gonna end with Trey and Information Man. And the
they
thing
grown,
is,
man. I'm gonna let them work it out, man. I'm finna stop that.
The thing is that we figure it out as we go. We figure it out as we go. It takes it's kind of like with women. if you ever notice, that's why a mother, whether it's a son or a daughter, they're gonna make major mistakes with them, because what the mama do? She's gonna take on what the kid is lacking in, right? As men, we don't do that with each other. Your job is your fucking job. This is what you're supposed to do. You're gonna do it. And if you fail at it, then you're gonna try it again. And if you fail at it again, you're gonna try it until you get it together. Women don't do it that way. What they would do is when you fail, and they didn't even find out that you failed yet. And what happens? They end up doing it for you. That's why you actually need men and women. Women are more communal. That's why they come together with each other. Now understand this. With that, there's a lot of cackling and arguing and fighting and all these different things when it comes down to them. With men, we got one time to fight. That's it. And then we're going to find out who's the leader and who's not. It's not, when we deal with each other, you only got one time to really mess up. You get what I'm saying now? It's not a communal thing with men like it is with women. Your job is your fucking job. Accountability is going to bite you in the ass. Responsibility, if you lacking in it, accountability is going to bite you in the fucking ass. And what do we do? Man, think about it. We play sports. When you a scab, what do? We try to get rid of your ass.
It seems like women don't do that.
They don't have a term called scab unless they're taking it on, because women take on our, what we do. They take on a lot of our shit. They adopt a lot of our traits, right? But normally a woman is going to just try to do your job and her job. This is why you have so many goddamn women that have anxiety. With men, we not. If you don't do the fucking job, we just get rid of your ass.
But here's my thing. I wasn't talking about the getting rid of portion. I was talking about the support. I was talking about the support portion. How women support each other. I'm not talking about whether or not you did your job or not. I'm talking about, say for instance, if I got to work late, I can't rely on my homeboy to keep my son. You know what I'm saying? Because I got to go to work. But women seem to do that. That's the question I'm asking.
It's not long term. Why you think it'd be so many damn women in court? Have you ever seen that small claims court shit? These motherfuckers be suing each other over $30 fucking.
Right. But let me just say this, and this may work to what Trey is talking about men's responsibility. Translation, could it be because if women are in a situation where they don't have a man in the household, then they naturally will do what? Branch to each other to support each other if they're all in the same situation. I've seen this growing up. Dre's gonna probably like what I'm about to say here is the truth. I've seen this growing up where you had a bunch of females that were all single mamas. So now they're helping each other and talking about how bad the man is.
Yes.
I gotta be honest.
And if a girl latch on to the man, what do they all do? They talk about her. It don't last long. That shit, that support shit that you was just talking about, Lost, it don't last long. That's why with men, we don't do all this goddamn support. You do your job. When you don't do your job, we get rid of your motherfucking ass. That's just how it goes.
Here's the thing. We don't expect it to last forever because we have a certain expectation, because we know sometimes men fall and we say, hey, when you get yourself together, I got you, brother. But my thing is how come we don't do that on a regular basis?
Because
it could be you one day and your brother the next.
Because most men are fucking pussies.
Lost. I think it's not a survival thing for us. Right. Like for us, we can work independently, right? But I think for women, there is a sort of a survival instinct to work together because they're stronger. There's strength in numbers for them. I think they just innately are that way. Even growing up as kids, the girls will all huddle around each other, right? The guys didn't necessarily have to do that. It isn't until you start playing sports you see the power of brotherhood. It isn't until you start getting involved in organizations you see the power of brotherhood. Once you get into these things, then you see, oh, okay, yeah, 10 dudes is way better than one dude. You know what I mean? Like once you get into it, you see it. But as growing up, I know even for me, I was the oldest, no dad, only man in the house. I'm good on my own. You know what I mean? I'm a lone wolf. It wasn't until I was with my uncle and got put around more men that I realized, oh no, now I get it. Okay, networking is important. Meeting new guys is important. This could help me. You know what I mean? But for women, for whatever reason, they learn this very, very young.
Right. Trey,
but here's my thing. Here's my thing, Trey, that I want to say. Why is it that we only come together for a short time and not a long time to harness the power of networking? You know what I'm saying? It's like, I got what I got to get and I'm gonna go about my business. Okay. Instead of sticking around and say, hey, look, this is what I learned.
Lost, I think that's just the nature of men. I think men come and get what they need, and when they done, they roll out.
But
I mean, think about it, even the men, how we deal with women. We get what we need from them, and then we good. We gone.
Right.
We out.
It depends on for me, this is why I'm as passionate as I am. For me, joining a brotherhood, you talked about fraternities earlier. Joining a brotherhood, it's a brotherhood that lasts forever because we have a network. You can network with brothers all around the country, internationally and nationally. There's always a brother there for you. Brothers, when I was in college, if brothers took a class or what have you, they kept the notes and they passed that stuff down. So sometimes when men are organized in something, we tend to last longer in that brotherhood. Like football, you're on a football team, you come away with, that's my brothers, because you're you're unified. I think when we stand as individuals, it's a little bit different, right? That's just my philosophy on it.
Right. So here's my thing. What I meant by that is that, yes, you still have your own home that you have to run, but at the end of the day, the power is in the network. You know what I'm saying? The power is in the brotherhood. You don't have to socialize with people all the time. Everybody who's been in some type of organization know that you don't have to meet up with each other every week. Sometimes it may be a once a year thing. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
That's true.
So my thing is, when you network, you can leverage because we gain knowledge all the time. What would happen if we harness that knowledge more often? You see what I'm saying? We become stronger. It's one thing for us to step in for the kids, but where do we support each other as men when it comes to a situation like that? I think it's easier to support a man than it is to teach a kid, because there's certain things that a kid don't understand quite yet. But a man has already lived his life, and all he needs is a little bit of direction and some help and say, hey, I got you, brother. This is what we do. And then he can go back and take care of his own, instead of other people relying on other people to take care of his seed. You see what I'm saying? We need to learn how to support each other instead of just saying, hey, let me have your kid. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it goes to, I think everybody was saying pretty much everything that was on point, because at the end of the day, it is where and as we get older, we tend to stay to ourselves, man. That's why you would have men that would die by themselves. They would literally suffer by themselves. So it is.
We are dying by ourselves.
Yeah, it's kind of like one of those things has to be curated. We have to curate it, but I mean, by nature, man, that's what we do. At the end of the day, you give a man that's not trying to impress anybody. He got his own place. He's not trying to find any woman. He's not trying to find anything out there to make him happy and all these different things. That man will be content. He'd just be content in life. I had an uncle, man. He didn't care nothing about no money. He didn't really care about. He had a girlfriend for a time, but other than that, man, he was cool with just his little 1-bedroom apartment. You know what I'm saying? He didn't have no car. His money was gone after about 3 days of having a check, and he was still content. And it's kind of like, I understand exactly what you're saying, but it has to be curated, and it has to come through organization and things like that. It's kind of like what Information Man was saying, what Trey was saying. When it comes down to it, hey man, that's just the nature of us. At the end of the day, we are also understand we are also territorial.
Here's my thing, JT. The average black man lives to what, about 68 years old, which is usually about 3 years after retirement. If you ever notice, you got old guys like Rockefeller and all these other guys that live to like 70, 80, 90, 100 years old. That's because they leverage their network. We don't do that because we want to have pride and work ourselves to death, and we leave in our 50s, and then we hadn't had enough time to develop enough wealth to leave something for our children. My thing is this: we need to learn how to work together so we can extend our generation, so we can pass on more knowledge, because we're on the earth longer. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
it goes back.
You gotta also understand too, when you talking about, I got you, Trey. I got you. I'm sorry, man.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, brother. Good.
When you're talking about like Rockefellers and all that, man, you got to also understand that shit was inherited. Most of this shit is inherited. So this is a long
inheritance starts somewhere, and why not here, and why not now?
But we talked about earlier and earlier, and as Black folks, we talked about this earlier about our uniqueness on being where we're at right now, American Black folks, right? So yes, like I'm not saying that it's a bad thing or anything, but it does go to what everybody, it ties into what everybody is saying. When we're talking about this whole thing, man, we have to be able to curate it first. We have to get we got to get organization for these type of things. Just like what Information Man was just talking about. When you do have Omega Sci-Fi and Kappa and all these different, or the Bros, all these different things, football, all these different things are things that help to curate brotherhood. No matter what it is, we have to have that. This is what how our army is actually curated. You get what I'm saying? You still got.
Here's my thing, JT.
I've been in infantry. There are brothers that I still, man, it's been 20 years, and I still think about them same brothers that I was in cahoots with. But I didn't like them motherfuckers when I first seen them, when I first met them motherfuckers. But it was something that we went through that made that brotherhood something bigger. This is where hazing comes from, right? Hazing came from that. How much do you want to be here in this brotherhood? That's what it came from.
You know what? I would roll with that. Here's my thing. Hold on a second. Trey, I'm gonna let you speak. I would roll with that, but the Amish can put up a barn in a day because they work together. How come we can't do stuff like that? Because we're too busy getting ready to do something. They just go out there and just do it. You see what I'm saying? You ever seen the Amish put up a whole entire barn at one time in one day? They don't be playing around because they got other stuff to do. They don't argue. They don't do none of that. They just come right on in and handle business. All I'm saying is we need to get good at that, working together so we can extend our lives, and our families are richer because we're here longer. That's all I'm saying.
But it goes back to the fundamental element that we seem to all be overlooking, has already been mentioned in the last 15 minutes. Those things start with the father being able to groom the son to support. Those things start with the father. In other cultures, like the Amish, they got their kids out there. As soon as they can walk, they up there with a saw and a hammer and over tapping wood on wood. Tap, tap. Those things are groomed through a father. As a father learns the skill, so does the son. If the father is not around or the father does not know the skill, he's not teaching the son. Even if a lot of our fathers are in their lives, they still don't have the skill set to move the son forward. They just working a job. You can't teach a kid how to put together a car in a factory. We don't even do. My father introduced me to engineering because he bought me train sets with the smoke coming out of it early because he worked on the train. He said, I'm gonna buy you trains. I had my trains until I went to college. My father worked at Louisville Slugger for 35 years. He invented the dipping machine. There you go there. It's like a museum factory. It's about 10 people working there. He was a part of that. And he used to tell me, like, boy, you better know how to work with your hands, I used to, man, I ain't working with my hands. Shit, that's the first thing I did. My first job was cleaning bathrooms. That was my first job. But my first skill is I learned how to cut hair at 14. I was the barber of the community. And I knew I didn't know, like, what's the big word now? Entrepreneur. Hell, I was walking around with $40 a day at 14 years old.
What hair?
Well, you
Other
know,
people's
stressing
hell.
out, talking to you old guys like Trey and Grooming, y'all stress somebody out. Why you think I went bald? I didn't give a ball till I start talking to y'all. Y'all stress us out. Y'all little generation.
Well, I'll say I have to give to people.
Yeah, you stressed your mama out.
They go that older generation blaming the younger generation.
but Trey,
Yeah, exactly. Y'all, yeah. But see, that's what I'm saying. That's the unique. But that's the unique part. No, I'm just saying that's the unique part.
I'm gonna let you finish, but I'm gonna say this. This is what Trey was saying before when he said fathers. I understood exactly what he was saying. Man, I love that you guys had talked that shit out. You and Information Man talked it out, but I understood. I heard what Trey was saying when he said fathers, not men. He was saying fathers, and I'm glad Information Man was like, all right, let me listen to exactly what he was saying. So you guys were actually on the same page, but I understood, Trey, what you emphasized on. And it goes to what Trey Ferg was just saying when it came down to it. Yes, fathers really have failed. Fathers have failed a lot of their children, man. And this is the thing. When I hear Ferg say it, when I look back on my life and I had my father in my life, he taught me how to do a lot of things that I definitely wouldn't have known how to do. That's like somebody asked me a bunch of fucking questions and I knew how to do it. Ride a horse. I knew how to play not only softball but baseball. I knew how to shoot horseshoes. I knew how to do a lot of the shit that I did. It was because of my father, man. And it was the thing was he didn't have a father. So he did it in spite of it. He did what me and my brother in spite of not having a father. I just wanted to say that, man. I don't want to go too hard. Go ahead, Ferg.
No, I mean, and so it goes back to the original topic. Are we the most underrated? Hell yeah. In America, all of us possess a skill and all of us desire to possess a skill. It's brothers that have artistic skills and they never went to no school with nothing. I know a kid that taught himself how to play every instrument. He was in foster care. We have the natural ability. It just takes some time for those skills to be honed in on. And that's where our support system has to pick it up. And that's what I'm saying, Trey. Not everybody, you good with law enforcement, you good with money. You go over in the money section. That's your lane. And when they get to you, you go let them know, God damn it, if you don't get this shit, God damn it, don't be crying when you're out there and you ain't got it. I'm here to give it to you. And that's what men can do to boys who won't have that grooming. You know, it takes a little time. And in our community, unfortunately, a lot of our young men are tied to the bosom too long. They don't get that when that scrotum sac separate from that body. They don't go over here with the little boys in their lane. They still standing around the little girls and learning how to do the latest cheers and the latest drop it and twicker because there is no man. And this is the unique thing about it. That's why I say you 21, 22, now is the greatest time to build all of those assets. Because when you get 40, like me, 50, well, I'm 55, but when you get 40, your hair start turning gray, you start wearing glasses, and you catching cramps trying to slap the booty, then you're going to wish you had all of those skills because you age out there anyway. I ain't even looking at you anymore. We just got to be better, man. That's all.
That's right. We're going to wrap this show up, man. Grooming, you guys got anything, any final thoughts, man, before we wrap this thing up, man?
I just want to say thank you for letting me come on the program tonight. I'm glad that we had this conversation, this discussion, very important. And I also want to say to all the brothers on the panel, thank you for your participation, all the wisdom. And also, Trey, you're my brother, no matter if we disagree here and there, you're going to still be my brother. And you did, as I took the time to listen to what you were saying, I understood the seriousness and the reality of what you were talking about. Yes. And I have to say, I respect you for speaking your truth and what you've experienced, what you've seen, and what is happening. But I still hope that it doesn't overshadow what real Black fathers and fathers are doing out here, despite those unfortunate situations, because you know as well as I know, brother, that those of us that are doing the damn work like you, we get pulled in and stereotyped as being one of those type of dudes, right? And that's another unfortunate thing, that we get blamed for the poor lack of discipline of other men. It gets slapped on us in terms of we're being stereotyped. That's what you all are. So I just want to leave with that and say thank you for having us tonight.
Thank you so much. Information.
Hey, listen, I'd like to put Trey. You need something to say right after that? Go ahead. Go ahead. If you want to go next. Hey, listen. So I'm going to be Lost and JT. Can we go backstage after this is over?
Yeah, definitely.
I don't know if BMU is coming back because I wanted to talk to him, but I could talk to you guys.
Yeah.
I think first of all, you know what, information man. I hate to say this, but you got to taste the Trey, but he's been beating my ass for the last 6 months up there. So, so it's good to see somebody else get a little bit of Trey and shit.
Hear what I said?
But I'm glad you guys came to a meeting of the minds.
Yeah,
and so that was good. That we needed that. We need that kind of stuff. But I still stick by what I said before. It'd be nice to hear some of the guys you're helping talk to us a little bit about how that impacts them and what they think they could use for that in the future. That would really, really be good in some kind of balance up here on BMU Network.
Most definitely.
So that's all I want to say. So Lit and those guys, once we're done, if we can go in the back, I want to talk about Monday if I can.
Okay. Yes, gotcha. Absolutely.
Take care, guys.
I'll end with this. I think regardless of how we get this together, us black men, we get this together, at some point in time, we're going to have to make a determination. And that determination is going to be, who's going to lead this thing? Is it going to be the old guard? Is it going to be the new guard? Because I think it's very clear and evident, the more and more I'm in these YouTube spaces, because 2 days ago, I was done with this shit. Yeah. I had a conversation with somebody today on the phone that made me change my mind. But I was like, fuck this, I don't need this shit, right? We have to have a conversation about the way the old guard wants to do it, and I'm not saying that it's wrong, and the way the new guard wants to do it, and I'm not saying that that's wrong either, but there is a stark difference between the two, and I think the hardest part is trying to find a merge or some sort of middle ground where both sides can contribute and feel as though they've done a decent enough job and bringing their experiences to help lead this thing. I think for as long as you have the millennials, and I'm not saying I'm not perpetuating this war, because I am, but the millennials and the Gen X and the baby boomers, at some point in time, we just gonna have to figure this shit out, because I don't disagree with a lot of what R-Pain says, but some of it is out of touch. I'm just sorry. Some of it just does not apply to today. Right? And then there's today's actions that we need some of the old school back, because it would be effective today. It would work today. And I don't know why we got rid of it. Something as simple as manners and common decency and respect. I don't know why we got rid of that. I don't know how we lost that. I don't know where that went. That can still be a part of.
Can I fix some of that? Can I fix some of that for you? Because I know where my disconnect is with you, right? I really do, because I thought about this after, we had our little dust up. We're in different perspectives, right? Here's where I got triggered, right? I'm going to say the female word of triggered. You can't discount the fact that I've been alive for a while, but I think my perspective of women is different. So I agree with you there. But my perspective, since I'm not trying to stroke them, means that I look at them from a holistic standpoint, right? Because it's not like I don't understand them, because for 38 years, I worked for women. They work for me. I've had mentors. I have a wife who's never stopped being a woman, and 2 daughters. So I understand them from a different perspective, because I'm not trying to stick my dick in them, except for the one who deserves it. But that's another story. But the fact is, so I look at them from a base standpoint as a holistic woman. So I have a perspective of, I'm thinking, regardless of time, there's a certain way that their nature carries them, even though we got different tools now. But if you're a man of today looking to date and looking to do that, I'll give that to you. That's a different perspective, but it's a narrower one than I have. And that's where our disconnect is, because it sounds like I'm trying to convince you on how to date a woman. I'm not. I can't do that. I'll concede that. But that doesn't mean I don't understand them in total. I'm just not trying to have sex with them. Right? So, but I see the rest of them. And what I told young guys, if you look at a lot of women as a piece of steak, you might miss the things that what I see in women, because you're trying to date them. Not you, but men are trying to date them. And I'm not trying to do that. So, but I can focus on the other things, the other dynamics of them, which can help you in the dating market. And so that's a different kind of articulation. That's all I'm saying. So that's
but here's the issue, Arpay.
Go ahead.
You have the unfortunate problem of time. And what I mean by that is we can see your results. You haven't seen mine yet. And not enough time has gone by because I'm a millennial. There's another 10 to 15 years before that kicks in, right? But I can see your results. I can see them. And if it doesn't work, I can critique it and say, what you're saying did not work. What y'all did not work. So
from a dating standpoint,
it has a tendency to discredit a lot of what y'all saying. Because
what do you mean by that? It did not work. Well, what results? When you talk about me personally, or just certain millennials?
No, not you. Not you personally. You've been married. Obviously, your results work. I mean, you know what I mean. But
I just want to. I don't think I'm an outlier.
If you're using the romantic, if we're using that as an example, well, the marriage rates have been declining and the divorce rates have been increasing. So I can see your results. Yep. It's right there in front of me. So it's very difficult sometimes when you have somebody, right? For instance, I'll give you a prime example. In 2012, I had somebody tell me not to invest in Visa. I was getting ready to make a large investment of a large position in Visa. Their IPO was getting ready to drop. I had a guy vehemently, don't do that, don't do that, don't do that. And my question to him was, well, can I see your portfolio?
That's right.
And then he just sort of, well, yeah, because you're not in a position to give me advice, right? Because I can see your results. Show me your results. One of the things I had to learn when I was mentoring and teaching these classes with these young guys is they don't give a damn what I'm talking about. They don't want to hear it. They want to see it.
Right.
I had to bring that paperwork in. I had to pull up that account on my phone and say, this is how much money I got. And this is how I got it. And it was after that, then they decided, okay, I'll listen to them. You see what I'm saying? Whereas I think in your generation, Arpay, people just listen to you because that was the culture. The culture was of respect. He's my elder. I'm just going to listen to him. But that's not how they rock now. They don't rock that way now. On Monday, I just had them play a game. I was talking about, I get on y'all a lot about lectures. Y'all got lecture. And I keep saying it doesn't work with the younger group. When this past Monday, I barely even talked to them. We pulled out the Monopoly game, and I talked to them about real estate, collecting rents, all that. Like, I talked about the game because they can understand it, they can touch it. It's tangible. They can feel it. The losing a property, having to pay somebody rent, having to pay. You know what I mean? There's a different learning style, and that's why I said we have to make a decision. Is it old guard? Respect me, I'm your elder. Trust my word, or is it new guard? You got show and proof.
No. You know what? But see, the truth of the matter is, I agree with what you're saying, but you can't tell some old guards that they can't show and prove because I have receipts. I personally have receipts. Now, if my delivery is not good enough because it sounds like I'm trying to convince you to do it my way, that's my mistake. I know I can't do that. But I do hear where you're coming from. I do.
Appreciate it. Groman.
Great dialogue, bro. for real, man.
Groman, you had anything you want to say before we let you go? Because you've been sitting here quietly and patiently. Go ahead, sir.
But listen, before he go, because I'm not even going to have a final thought, bro. I learned something in the last 3 days, man. I'm telling you, I done learned something from you brothers, man. It's just right now, I commend
Don't get
y'all.
old.
And Trey, I'm glad you did come back, bro. For real. Most definitely. Go ahead, my man.
Go ahead, Groman.
Hey, Groman, you ever seen the movie Split?
Oh, wow.
You look like James. You look like James McAvoy right now.
That's funny, man. That's like that.
Look at
Go ahead, please. I give you guys the floor. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, man.
3 shots right now.
You're looking like.
Hey man, that was good. I like that show. That was one of since the whatchamacallit, that was one of Shyamalan's better ones and stuff.
Man, I would be talking with you and a little Bill Play right there. And your little smoking little raw pussy steaks.
Trey, Trey Ferg, did you have anything you want to add, man, before we go?
No,
I mean,
old boy didn't say his thing.
Yeah,
He didn't give his
Roommate, you ain't gonna
I
say
ain't got nothing
that?
to say, man.
I threw you off that bag, Roommate. My bad.
You know, dead ass bad timing, man. We don't do that around here. We the new TV, bro.
Patience is virtual. Patience. Be quiet. Let things happen in time. Like Trey and Information Man, they made up afterwards, like a happy couple.
It's like
I just want to be invited to a wedding. That's all I care about.
That's what brothers.
I sent you an email. I sent you an email,
undertone
Google, so you got an email.
It's the rainbow undertone that got me.
There's always a rainbow undertone with his joke. Why we have to make up like a couple? Why couldn't we just be two men that understood each other?
You know,
we had to make up like a couple.
They were not actually gay, but they got married anyway. It was actually Adam Sandler movie, I think it was.
That's why we be out there brute with each other so damn much. When niggas get to start looking over, they be like, all right, man, yeah, I understand. Oh, y'all niggas acting like two bitches.
But see, that's the unique thing about these spaces, though, because in one perspective, I understand where Trey's coming from. But Trey, you got to look at it. When we in this space right here, only thing we can do is talk about those things and come up with different strategies. And I learned this as a kid. I don't listen to the messenger. I listen to the message. That was the difference. My father used to be the big first one. Yeah, what? To stop your crying. Listen to what I'm saying. And then when I'm listening, oh, okay. Is that all you were saying? Was pick up the sock? You know what I'm saying? So I think in these spaces for men, it's good to say, even if you have a view, I got a view. We're gonna butt heads. And in the end, once we start seeing eye to eye, okay, cool. Now I can take it. I'm gonna remember what Trace, man, this guy said this. Okay, I can now connect those pieces. And I think that's good. So connect those pieces. So when we go off into our own little communities, own little groups, you can draw a little bit from everybody, because you may not have had that answer or that final problem worked out for somebody. But when you come back to it, you be like, oh, this is what I got. When I pose this to the men, this is the solutions and options that we have. Now it's up to you to apply that. If you don't, you may have some problems, and it may take you more time than you expect. A lot of times, this won't the whole quick fix. No, it might take you a birthday or two to be prepared for what's coming down the road. A lot of times, we don't know what's coming down the road, because you could age out 18, get ready to go to college, trying to figure out go to military. You turning 21 now. You going out into a whole clusterfuck of club environment and social environments. You know what I'm saying? So it's unique to have the conversations now, because y'all in different states. Normally we would have to be in the same state. Now we across the state line, so these spaces are good, and we just take those messages and spread them so the love continues to grow, because we need it. I don't care how we get to it. Thank y'all, man. Appreciate y'all, man. Always.
Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you for coming out, Trey, and everybody on the panel, man. Thank you guys for coming out. Those who came, who left, appreciate it. Those in the audience still watching, ladies and gentlemen, appreciate y'all coming out. Make sure you guys hit the like button, hit subscribe. Make sure you share the stream too. If you enjoy the channel, also make sure you hit Black Man Up and Filtered on the Cash App. Let them know you appreciate the hard work that he puts in. We want to make sure that we take care of those who take care of us. My final word is that whenever we having conversations, man, I think we probably need to take the ego out of the conversation and just stick to the topic at hand, so that way we don't get wrapped up in the personal attacks. I think those are the type of things that derail the conversation, and just make sure that we stay on the same side of the page. Are black men underrated? I think so. And going forward, I think we can do a better job. So with that being said, remember, each and every day, wake up and be your best. Thank you guys for coming out for Black Man Unfiltered in the Barbershop. It has truly been a pleasure this evening. Good night.